Let me share slide before I go any further here. It seems things are looking to be good here. Oh yes, sorry, I'm charging my phone from a little distance away, so... Hello. Is the Sensor Game being here with a new stream? In this stream, I'm gonna be going over the event week, first week, or like... That might be what I usually say when there's no new content editions, but I'll be going over the week 2 editions, basically for the Grand Theft Auto Online, the Kortz, and our Heist DLC. And yeah, for the title, I chose the Veleno GT4 release. Only simply because I'm not sure if I'm going to be modifying the Pegasi Ignis in this stream for the Pegasi Ignis Pursuit. Excuse me, because obviously the regular Ignis existed back in Contract DLC. So that's the only reason I titled it that way. But I mean, if I do like end up doing that somehow, then maybe I'll change the title to the Pegasi Ignis Pursuit being the actual true new release for the week. So yeah, the Veleno GT full release, it was Plus exclusive, as can be seen here for the first week. And since more information has came out regarding vehicle like performance after like the first day, like once it like the second day of the DLC or something. As a reminder, since again the performance has been out for a while, the regular non-HSW Veleno GT that's on all platforms is apparently a B-tier supercar. According to Buffy1322's video, which is 15th place for lap time, which I think supercars, I believe it's kind of up to like 70 or so, or will eventually be up to 70 or whatever. So it's pretty much not too good for a lap time, at least for the non-HSW. But its top speed is 7th place. And was there eventually like... Yeah, there's eventually going to be 7 HSW vehicles, because apparently there's 2 supercar HSWs. One's out right now, one will be out in the future, apparently. And because of that, there's only 6 in the game right now, which is the same amount, I believe, that Sport Cars has for HSW right now as well. So I think that means it's actually the highest top speed supercar that's not HSW in the game, so that's pretty good, actually, if you want a really good top speed supercar. It is apparently 138.75 miles per hour. And that's for even a non-HSW. And if you take it over to HSW, apparently it is the 4th place lap time for HSW, which means it's behind FMJ Mark V, I believe is still number 1, of course, for the lap time. Then you have like the Weaponized Ignis, and I think the Cyclone 2 above it still. So I think it's only ahead of the Devastate 8 HSW and then the NTMT. I think that's the only one. I think yes, the Devastate 8 and NTMT HSWs are the only 2 that are actually worse than this, than the Veleno GT, like HSW. I mean, where there's 6 HSW like supercars in the game. And yeah, it's actually S tier for lap time at least. And I guess that means like HSW as a whole or something. I'm not really sure. According to the video, we have 6 HSW supercars, and supercars in general, it's 4. Like around like 70 supercars there will eventually be for the lap time, yeah. So it's like a top 5 lap time. And HSW as a whole, between like the 30 or so of the between yes, the 30 or so HSW vehicles in the game. It is 7th place apparently between all HSW vehicles for a lap time. And it's also considered an A tier or something for top speed or something apparently. And I'm assuming that's for HSWs. I assume it's A tier for HSW subclass, not supercar class, given it's actually number 1 there. So it hits on 164 miles per hour apparently. Where that's it does, yes, hit 164 miles per hour. Where it is apparently the new number 1 top speed supercar in the game, which I believe dethroned FMJ Mark 5, which I think had both lap-time top speed number 1 last update. For supercars in particular. And apparently for HSW subclass as a whole, it is apparently the 4th best top speed, which I think is for sure behind, like, I think 2 sport cars might have a better top speed of the Banshee GTS and the Italia GTS Stinger TT. And I want to say maybe the Tampa GT, I believe. I personally remember those 3 might all have better top speeds, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't think that's specified in the video, but that's what I believe to be the case. So yeah, probably too much information for that video, I'm guessing. I'm guessing. But if I remember right, that's how that goes, basically. So the Grady Veleno GT, whatever, is extremely good for top speed, whether it's HSW or not. It is basically the best basically the best supercar for top speed in the game, whether it's HSW or not. It does very much seem. It's 100% get the Grady Veleno GT. It's a very good vehicle. And presumably it should. They didn't confirm it will be the last update before GTA 6 via AI. It very much probably would be. But hey, they might release a winter update somehow. Since they didn't confirm it would be the final update or anything. Which I'm not really going to give a care to cover, I feel. If it comes out like December or something. And then, yeah, the Pegasi Ignis Pursuit. I guess I gotta go to a new video for that one. I actually technically do. So, yeah, regarding the Ignis Pursuit, if this little, like, ad thing can get out the way so I can read it better. Please? Come on. I don't know why it gets to be in the way like that, but okay. Alright, well, now it's out the way, I guess. So, yeah, the Pegasi Ignis Pursuit for the emergency class, because it is a law enforcement vehicle, it's actually in the emergency class, not the supercar class, of course. But obviously it is basically a supercar in the emergency class for the first time ever in this game. It is actually the very first place for lap time now over whatever was the previous option. Whatever was previously holding that spot it dethroned. I don't really care to mention it because you can't really race emergency vehicles anyways. But it has a 58-second, 642 millisecond lap time apparently at the first place spot for emergency class. And then top speed of 126 miles per hour apparently, which actually gives it a 4th place top speed. So the police bike is still king. Police bike is still king for top speed for the emergency class. Not that it really matters too much though, since you cannot race with emergency class stuff, but it's just for those that want to know, basically. And And like all other police vehicles, this one is on the War.Cash and Carry website. And by the way, it's actually the only vehicle release for that website. There's no further vehicle release for the website. Because apparently the armored car, or whatever, is exclusive to career progression. There's no price for that on Warstock or anything. So it's apparently the only like trophy vehicle that was on the website. So any further releases, I think, are both for Legendary Motorsport or Severance San Andreas, and I think that's it at that point for anything that was found in Trivade. Which I'm not going to give a care to make a video about, because I'm pretty pissed as fuck about GTA 6 VI code in a fuck-ass box and all that shit, basically. Basically. So I refuse to make a video for that. And plus, kind of the last update for GTA 6 VI, I kind of figured I wouldn't really give a care to make a video for it in the first place. So if I get more hints on your feed than I usually do in the streams, it's kind of why. Alright, and then claim your discount, Art Studio, yeah. There's still a $1 million discount. I think it goes till August 12th. If not August 12th, I think it would be August 5th, but I think that's for like a $2 million mansion discount for Plus members, I believe. So yeah, I think you get to like August 12th on this thing. Which might mean you get a couple more event weeks to do that after this event week as well. But obviously you should probably get it sooner rather than later, just to be sure you get it with the discount. It's $4 million thing you can get, so it's like free and $2 million. With the $1 million discount here and the $1 million from Plus as a reminder. And apparently associate bodyguard salaries are 4 times money. I think in the old days it used to be like 5K, and then you would build up to like 10K over time of like bothering with the CO, which would mean like 20K minimum for like 5K times 4, and then 10K times 4 would mean 10K times 4 means you would be able to build up to like 40K. But I'm pretty sure they've since increased the amounts for like later DLCs, like after the initial release. I don't entirely know like where those values are at nowadays, but obviously 20K like plus for just simply being like associate bodyguard's not the worst thing in the world for sure. So I think that's pretty fun. I think that's pretty alright. Albeit there's definitely much better things about it within the There's definitely better things about it within the event though. Instead of being like somebody else's like slave or something. But I mean, if you do want to be somebody else's slave, then at least it's more worth it. Alright, so detail on apprehend the new Pegassi Ignis Pursuit law enforcement vehicle. Alright, literally is basically just a bunch of flavored text, it looks like basically. So apparently, by the way, it does have a trade price, which is tied to apparently completing 10 dispatch works. So you may already have the trade price, and that's what apparently is, regardless of if you already have it or not. I'm gonna guess I already have 10 dispatch works available already. Yes, I'm gonna guess I've already done 10 dispatch works, so I assume I already have the $4 million trade price tag or whatever the fuck, whatever the fuck. Were these here before, or were they kind of like moved over here? I kind of forget with like the day one kind of stream. Like, I assume I pretty much covered all these day one kind of things, basically, like in my almost 12-hour day one stream, basically, for like my first stream covering the whole entire DLC, like patch notes especially, like the smaller event, all that kind of stuff. And obviously I did the recent free part Heist thing, because unfortunately I had streaming problems on the first 2 parts, so it had to be a free part kind of stream, unfortunately. Fortunately. So I think that basically would do it already. It's over to invite only now.
Good morning, Daddy. I'm listening, Daddy.
Angel, no. It's sexy sound. AI. AI. Can I just go straight to casino? I kind of forget, actually. What do I have to do for the penthouse first? I might have to do for the penthouse first, actually. Yeah, I think I have to do it for the penthouse. Which is alright, it's not a big deal.
Anything you want.
I kind of used helicopter service in the Dodge facilities when if Los Angeles first came out, so I'm just going to start fast traveling here. So I can get right to the casino pretty quick. Sit would probably the ground, sure. Yeah, I think I've done it one time before, like on the day 1 stream, basically. It's basically though. And right off my vigilante out right now, because of course I did not Heist, and it was kind of like the best vehicle to kind of use from when I was watching probably guides, like Regular Master. I think that's what he used. I just figured out was the best thing to use. So the regular time trial, I think it kind of stays persistent throughout the week, so I should be able to check GT's videos getting posted for that one. I say at a regular time trial right now is observatory. Because it's basically at the Galileo Observatory. Hence why it's called that. And yet a route. The route is arguably going to be like similar to the Kata. The route's arguably going to be pretty similar to the Kata Libre like story mode mission, if I remember right. By the way, for like a route you should probably go. So it's kind of unique in the route where you want to kind of go off road for like a while, I think, to kind of get close to like kind of sort of like that was customs. I think kind of this away or something. Then I think for a little bit you want to take like some main roads, and then you kind of want to get headed towards like the Grand Sonora Desert, if I recall. I think in the Cata Libre story mission there's also like a stunt jump, like a ramp or something, if I'm romper is just something you can basically take over to kind of like Sandy Shores or something. I think you can also kind of go for here. Might be a little bit of a shortcut, kind of, so you don't have to be on the main road as much. If that kind of ends up working a little bit, if you're using like a bike or something, which for the most part, if you're good with a motorcycle, you should be basically using one anyways. And after that, it's pretty straightforward. The Catalibri story mode mission, if I remember right, goes more this way or something, but really, I think you have to go over to the Rapeseed airstrip, I think at the end for the time trial or something, like kind of at the beginning here, like something. So once you kind of get past like Sandy Shores, I think the route is pretty straightforward. Yes, no, after Sandy Shores, I would definitely say the route was pretty straightforward. Yeah, for vehicles, they pretty much want to be using the best motorcycles. If not, I would say like supercars or sports cars, and sort of like the Class A like vehicles for HSW time trials or something, which basically means they're basically the best classes of vehicles to use. Which I was kind of going over some supercar options earlier, obviously, because of the Veleno GT HSW that now has its full release, obviously. For like an example of some options that could be worth using, at least on the newer platforms anyways, and kind of to an extent of the next platforms. To a smaller extent as well. I think there was a brief period of time where during San Andreas Mercenaries it would change by the day. But yeah, I think since then it kind of reverted that, so I assume it's the same time trial each day of the week. Like it kind of used to be like before San Andreas Mercenaries for that brief period of time where it would change each day. But assuming there's like a daily 50k payout times like 7 times, you can basically get up to like 350k, possibly up to on the regular time trial. Daily RC Bandito time trial for day Wednesday this time. Last full day of the event week, basically, is a cemetery RC Bandito time trial for 1 minute 20-second part time, or otherwise 80 seconds. As the name does imply, you can only use the one single vehicle of the RC Bandito, no Vapor's Way tank or any other kind of RC vehicle allowed. So for these ones, it's more about learning the turns and corners, so it's better just restart with like holding triangle on Xbox, whatever key on PC, like if you fail. So just do a bunch of trial error with like the respawn mechanic if you need to. Otherwise, just maybe look up a video guide, but even if you like watch a video guide, you might still mess up enough to do that anyways. I kind of just recommend kind of just restarting by trying to on Xbox whatever key on PC, keep doing a bunch of trial error until you get it within part time, basically. It's basically my advice for it personally. Because yeah, the advice would be a lot harder to kind of provide since you are much more limited on the vehicles on that one. The HSW time trial for the week. GT Series videos can be pushed out that one actually, so I'll probably just do it that way and not hover over it. So the HSW time trial is Sandy Shores, so at Puerta, that's basically the one that goes to the most expensive salvage yard that came out for like Chop Shop, for example, I believe. Basically goes to that area. It's basically behind it, basically, for the, like point B, essentially. And for vehicle advice, I'll refer to the laptop over at the LS Car Meet that can list the different, like, 30 or so HSW vehicles in the game at this point, For later. And the RCB and data time trial, basically, by the way, is like 50k for each RCB and data time trial. Those ones do change every single day for the RCB and data, by the way. Payout for this one is like 250-ish K, and you can do it like one time per week, basically. Basically. And it's only on newer platforms as well. Only the platforms that support like career progression, like animals, HSW, all that kind of stuff. Chameleon Paints, for example, I think, which will kind of be relevant actually a little bit later. But yeah, honestly, for the route, I feel for the most part, any shortcutting can do like some diagonals. Maybe like for some of the beginning parts, you can do some like diagonals instead of taking like the roads. Can maybe save just the smallest smidge of time, but like aside from that, I feel the route's pretty straightforward. By the way, on the third of the HSW time trials, I think the route's honestly very straightforward on that one. That one. And yeah, the Junk Energy time trial for day of Wednesday, since we like our spin data where it changes each day, is Alta with another 1 minute 20 second like par time, aka 80 seconds. Once again, like the RCBN data one. And this one, you basically only have one vehicle to use, the Junk Energy Inductor. You can technically use a second vehicle to regular inductor, but they're basically the same exact vehicle. But yeah, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize on your curse boost, then I do not believe there's a problem completing it for the most part. For the most part. Like low key, I think the HSW and the Junk Energy are some of the easiest sets of time trials in the game. Like the later sets actually ironically are like some of the like easier ones to complete, I feel. For the like later types of time trials, I find those ones are actually the easier ones to complete. For the ones that came out like much later in the lifespan of the game, basically. Like, at least the sides for the, like, RSP and Dado time trials, the King Dangerous Mercenaries DLC. I've only done, like, one of those, like, 5, but, like, I wouldn't be surprised if those are, like, around the difficulty of, like, the other RSP and Dado time trials, like, the first 10 that came out, like, Arena War DLC, whatever. So again, as long as you don't fall off the bicycle, go where you need to go, maximize on curse boost, there should be no problem. Otherwise, like, RC and Dado time trial. Otherwise, yes, like RCB and Dado time trial, I'd recommend looking at a video guide on YouTube or whatever video platform or something. But even if you look up a video guide, you'll possibly have to do the respawn, like restart mechanic, like I was mentioning earlier of RCB and Dado time trial. And as you effectively only have like one vehicle option used for both of those, that's why the advice is similar for those. Alright, and then the premium race for the week here is for the supercar class. So I'm pretty sure on newer platforms, since premium race is kind of like Rock's premium. Yeah, the premium race, I don't think the dedicated like host for a particular lobby gets to change the settings on premium race. I think Rockstar kind of controls the settings more on premium races over like a traditional race even like a Rockstar created traditional race by a host, they can at least change certain settings and stuff. Here, I'm pretty sure on the premium race, it's pretty much like pretty locked in for like what settings are applied. So, I believe that means you have to basically use HSW vehicles if you're on newer platforms, where you're pretty much going to be absolutely smoked. Otherwise, on the legacy platforms, like it's pretty fine as long as you use like the best options available, basically. Obviously on the legacy platforms for best non-HSW options. So the new Veleno GT, I don't necessarily know it's the greatest one since it prioritizes more for top speed, and top speed is a lot more niche than lap time, just keep in mind. But yeah, at least on the newer platforms, for the 6 HSW options, you have, I'll probably go and release word not to choose like favorites or something, or be too biased or anything, basically. Just basically. So it was basically the weaponized Ignis and the Cyclone 2, I believe, that came out initially for some car HSWs, of the 6 of them in the game now, eventually 7 later on in the trip feed. But yeah, weaponized Ignis is still number 2 for lap times, just like last update, and then top speed. Was weaponized Ignis like the 5th place top speed? Only had to look the second too. I'm trying to think, but I think so. Think so. But like, again, lap time is the most important metric, so like weaponized Ignis is a pretty good one to use, despite it being like a day 1 like HSW option in most cases, unless like a pure straight highway course, top speed dedicated course or something. Cyclone 2. Again, I think is still actually better than Veleno GT for lap time at like 3rd place of the 6 HSWs currently, and then top speed, yeah, Cyclone 2 I think is actually the worst one for top speed at 6th place. So do not use that one if it's a pure straight course, but if it's in lap time, it's okay, I guess. You should probably use the R2 above it though, since it's kind of an electric one, so it actually prioritizes an acceleration, which is like gain to 0-60, like if you slow it down, you can get the top speed kind of right away. And usually, like, electric vehicles suffer in top speeds, but since it's HSW, top speed's kind of like the huge gimmick of HSW, like the crazy top speeds so it's can go, like, it kind of doesn't suffer as much there, like, as like other electric vehicles in the game do. That one's kind of a bit of a mixed bag in some ways. Like, I probably wouldn't use it over like the weaponized Ignis or the Rapid FMJ Mark 5 for most of these freedom races in the game nowadays. Alright, so the third one talked about after weaponized Ignis Second 2 is a Devastate 8 HSW. Tekken wasn't one in a DLC, it was technically for the drip feed of the initial launch of the nitrogen version of the game, I'm pretty sure. For one of us two alongside like Versa RA HSW2 were kind of in a launch, but through like a little tad of drip feed that was in the launch. But yeah, Devastate 8 is kind of on the lower half of the lap time. I think it's actually 5th place for lap times in Veleno GT. Like I said earlier, it's 4th place lap time for HSW, so I think it's 5th place for lap time, which is the 2nd worst one for lap time. And then for top speed, it's like the 4th place, I think, for top speed, because behind NTMT, the FMJ Mark 5, and then the #1 top speed Veleno GT HSW. For Super HSWs, so I think it's literally only have like the NTMT HSW for a lap time, and then yeah, I think it's like 4th place at top speed. So it's actually below average for the HSW options as a whole nowadays. Like, before, it might have been kind of fun used before, but then, honestly, Devastate 8 HSW's kind of fallen off, especially at this point with the Veleno GT HSW coming out now. I feel. So I probably wouldn't use that one. And then Yeah, the fourth one is the NTMT HSW that came out in the Drug Wars deal. Well, it's not the Drug Wars DLC. It's actually the worst one for lap time at 6th place, and is also it was for a while the #1 top speed, which Veleno GT now has, but I think it's 3rd place now again for top speed behind Veleno GT and the Rapid FMJ Mark 5, the ones that came out with the last couple updates. So it might be above average for the top speed, but I wouldn't really use that one. It's absolutely horrible for lap time, which is the most important metric to basically use for racing. Unless, again, it's a pure straight course. But even then, you have better options that also, have better lap time, especially on like the last couple updates now. So just sort of like no reason to use TNT anymore in like premium races for newer platforms. Alright, and then the penultimate one, the Rapid FMJ Mark 5 released for the last DLC, Safe House in the Hills. That one is very much still #1 for lap time, so it's basically going to be like the best one to use in most cases. And is apparently now the 2nd place top speed behind the new Veleno GT HSW in the last couple weeks or so now. And then finally obviously the latest one I kind of already talked about for the 6 of the HSW supercars, the Veleno GT HSW. It's apparently 4th place for lap time, so it is actually a little below average for the HSW supercars in the game. But it is the #1 for top speed, so if it is a pure straight course, you will probably want to be using a Veleno GT HSW if it's like a highway course, airport runway, or like airstrips, basically. I think they're pretty much going to the city courses, I believe, for the premium races, contrary to the little thumbnail image. That's probably just the last time they've had a promotional image for a premium race, which don't really do too much with, aside for just simply hosting premium races. They don't really do too much crazy different things with them each week or anything, aside for just simply changing the course nowadays for the last several years or something. So you never really get stunt courses. I think they're always going to be city courses, pretty much from my understanding. Oh yeah, not done yet. I gotta go over some legacy platform options, since not everybody has access, obviously, to HSW World, of course. Especially with increased costs of 9th-gen hardware, all that stuff. So, gotta go on sheets for roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet for supercar class. I don't know if it's up to date with the latest DLC, but there's still at least one supercar that's unreleased regardless. So it can change a little bit, of course, though. You only see 5 HSW vehicles, it looks like, for Super in the spreadsheets. I don't think it's updated for the latest DLC just yet, so it can be a little bit different compared to what's kind of available right now. So just keep that in mind when I go for these options. But at least as a previous DLC, you want to be using the Persian Emirates, the Rapid FMJ Mark 5, the Turismo Mago, and then finally, it looks like the Krieger will be the last few you want to basically be using on your legacy platforms. And those are your A tier supercars, because you only get S tier supercars with HSW basically. We have Persian Emirates, And the Krieger, I think, are both from like Dunks and Resort DLC, which are basically, I think, the oldest ones for A tier still. That might have some better like pricing, possibly. That FMJ Mark 5 obviously came out last update, and that's the non-HSW version. That version is an A tier option, which is still very usable for most platforms, apparently. Or on laptop if you are not able to use HSW on a platform, of course. Tristan Magia was Chop Shop DLC. That's also a more recent-ish kind of one in a sense compared to some of the other ones mentioned on the list. And yeah, I didn't mention the regular Weaponized Sickness. That's also technically A tier, but that's because the regular non-HSW for that vehicle is actually also a 9-gen exclusive, so I didn't mention that for legacy platforms. So those are kind of a couple of the few options to use for the legacy platforms without HSW available. So what is on time? What is top speed? Lap time is like turns, corners, and like the city, all that kind of stuff. So many different races in the game are going to have like a lot of turns, corners, and that's why like lap time is a lot more relevant for racing, and top speed pretty much will tend to be. And I basically already mentioned top speed. The highways are for runways, airstrips. Keep in mind, there's this one as well, but I don't think any Rockstar created races since they're like older types of races, and I think those are the only ones that are ever used for bring races would probably have it at all, but yeah, just keep in mind there actually was an airstrip added there in the last like year and a half or so. And obviously the other airstrips, Snow Desert and Grapeseed since the launch of the game. Oh, no, I'm not entirely done yet, actually. How do you know what the race course is going to be if I'm not going to actual race course? You can use Square, X on Xbox, whatever key on PC, and that'll let you start the job like in the middle of the like black, the middle of the black rectangle UI on the screen in the bottom right. Otherwise, Michael's 4-car garage, like single player, like 4-car garage for like Michael DeSantis on Santa, whatever. If you go to the Corona there right on the D-pad, and then you can do on call on like the phone or something as well. For at least 3 options to be able to join the premium race. And then that'll take you to the lobby screen, at least for a couple of those options, basically. And in the lobby screen, you can also do the same Square, X on Xbox, however key on PC. It lets you see the map of the race. You can analyze for turns, corners, and top speed, like pure straights. Because it will heavily depend on the course, obviously. And since I'm doing... and since I do not like overly go through the course, I just let people do it on their like own time, basically, if they want to do that. So analyze for like turns, corners, like pure straights, see what kind of vehicle you want to use, but most likely a lap time focused option, of course. And yeah, if you forget to do on the like, if yes, for some reason you forget to do on the lobby screen, you can also do it when you choose a vehicle as well. Which honestly is probably where I look at the map when you choose a vehicle, so you can like think of the vehicle as what you're looking at if you remember the performance of it, so you can kind of choose like easier, like do it much more informed. informatively, much more informatively. Yes, basically indeed. So I think that's everything for sure now to go over for a pre-em race that I meant to go over like I usually basically do.
Of course, honey. You don't stink down there. I think I'm gonna pick up smoking. Whatevs. I'm just not comfortable going down on you, okay? Goodbye. Business isn't exactly booming, you know. Whatevs.
Alright, so it looks like the podium vehicle is probably the Rapid. Or no.
The Diamond
Yeah,
Casino and
no,
Resort
no.
presents a
I
brand
mean
new
the
car
Vapid,
available to
not
win
Rapid,
today,
but the
simply with
Vapid
a spin of the
Raquel.
wheel.
Yeah, sorry, with R Vertel, I kind of called it Rapid instead of Vapid. My bad.
How can I help you?
Yeah, 1,000 chip visitor bonus apparently there. Got me the 1,730,939 chips. Do my one wheel spin of the week, especially how late it is in the event now. I definitely should probably get better since basically the last DLC after before GTA 6 that comes out, even if they didn't flat out confirm it's the last update. Probably basically will be unless they release a DLC in like October, like early November, so like December, like winter update, or if they want to make an update, of course, after GTA 6 comes out. Again, they didn't actually straight up confirm it was the last update or anything, I'm pretty sure, so it could happen. I got 10,000 RP, right? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, 10,000 RP. Meh. Honestly, I don't really care that hard for RP. I'd like to hit a 4-digit RP for sure before GTA 6 VFBI comes out. I want to get into GTA again, of course, make sure, like, because I'm convincing myself I don't want to get GTA 6 VFBI with it being code in a fucking ass box, basically on PS fucking ass 5. Or really, it's all platforms, and I think it's probably got something to do with the fucking marketing deal Cockstar signed up for with Sony or something, the fucking devil, basically. They're both equally at fault for that digital fucking distribution push shit, or whatever. I'm not gonna, like, say that Cockstar shouldn't, like, get any blame for that shit, hell no. Fucking both Sony and Cockstar have fucking goddamn fucking blood on their hands for the digital distribution push shit with the GT6 VFI code and box bullshit. Very much so, I say. Anybody with like actual decent amount of brain cells in their head definitely can see it that way, I'm sure. But yeah, I actually didn't get to go over to Tour Sport. I usually do that before I go, like, seeing, but whatever, let me do it now. I was Tour Sport for day Wednesday this summer. It looks to be deer, rabbit, and chicken hawk. Deer, you can pretty much find in, like, the hugest, like, wilderness areas of the game, basically. Same with rabbit, I think you pretty much find this too. Pretty much the same places, like, for both of those. First two, for sure, like Vinewood Hills, like Chile Mountain State Wilderness, Mount Chiliad, etc. For like basically the biggest like wilderness areas of the game, you will basically be sure to find both deer and rabbit in all those. I would say for sure. And then chicken hawks and birds, they're much harder to identify on usual circumstances, so like I don't really know the advice to give on that one. So look that one up if you care to look that up, basically. And that's only on newer platforms, obviously for the animals in the free mode. And not obviously on the like legacy platforms. Like I kinda said earlier, basically. So Rapid Raquel, If I said Rapid Ratel, I'd swear him in again. Like, but I think I did say Rapid Ratel that time, first try. I think it's on 7 Xander's Sprados, right? I do think so. I do think so. So we'll either be off-road, if not in two-door or something. Really? That can't Xander's Mercenaries and it's not off-road, okay. I guess it's two-door then? Unless it's on Legendary, but I think it's for sure on 7. Like, do they not use her own, like, filtering options anymore much? Like, Brodo. Alright, it is indeed the Rapid Ratel. It is. Yes, it is indeed the Rapid Ratel. I decided to check the GTA series videos getting posed to make sure on that, since I don't really go over the podium vehicle on the newswire. I think anymore like they're kind of used to. So I kind of have to go through like a second party source to kind of get more verification there. But I pretty much knew it was anyways. But apparently the Ratel is a C-tier off-road vehicle. So there is A and B tier options that will be better in it, basically. But it's still good enough actually for 9th place, it looks like, for lap time. And 8th place for top speed. So even though it's C tier, it is still a pretty fine off-road vehicle to use, even though it is a C tier. Just be aware there are B, A tier for non-HSWs that will be better. And also off-road is kind of interesting since you can use certain motorcycles in the class as well, just keep that in mind. Which aren't technically in part of the off-road class, so they don't really get like ranked for that class, but like motorcycles are like speedy and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure probably are better if you don't like fall off the motorcycles if you can in like the races. I haven't done one of those off-road races honestly in a long time, but yeah. Like, I think it's a pretty fine vehicle. You can definitely use this one pretty effectively, I would say. And then also, it would actually place like 2 placements better for both lap time and top speed. So like 7th and like 6th, I believe, without the HSWs in the game. If you're on like a legacy platform or like HSWs in a race, it can be even better than what I said, depending on like, the circumstance. And then this vehicle also does have a missile lock-on jammer available. So it usually costs, I believe, $400,000 to lock-on jammer. You can pretty much always do that at the agency. It's like the one free property to do it for. That doesn't require a paid subscription. It's only on the newer platforms. Otherwise, there is the Kart Club or whatever you can get. There is, yes, it's the Kart Club property tied to the Plus subscription for $8 a pass. And then mansions can also do missile lock-on jammer, but for some reason you do need to pay $8 a pass for the subscription for that property option for the lock-on jammer. But yeah. Off-road vehicles can definitely be kind of interesting for a lock-on jammer, especially quicker ones like the Ratel here. Especially on like a mountain and like a different like height, like altitudes and stuff. I'm sure it could be the lock-on jammer kind of interesting for this one. Alright, so then over to the next area you should go over, of course, in the early parts of my streams. The Ellis car meet. Might as well just use the vigilante like I did last stream. At least for now, basically. At least for now. Try to use the boost on when it's actually not good to use it, of course, as well, so it don't just put down too much, and somehow that all just happens anyways.
Holy!
It's not the end of it's bad, at least. No one here is bad. Pretty much going to be last straight, so I'm going to get a lot of use out of it now, for sure, though. And hopefully, yeah, not like have it at like a height or something where the hell it goes like hella long range or something. Can't really, I get it. Hot damn, that ram, that shit's hard. Yeah, my Jazza hits, they're alright, I don't really care to do them after the initial update that came out, and like, I know you can, like, lock onto, like, the character names and, like, find them out or something. You don't have to actually, like, look around like you would on foot. Like I say, quick, easy way to make some cash, I get it, but I don't really care to, like, bother with that, basically.
How's it? Who the hell are you?
It's just an interest of getting through the contents quicker. Especially if I had like a connection issue. Because I definitely need to get the stream done, especially for the Wednesday. Because I had the Heist stream that kept having problems a couple times. So yeah, I need to make sure to get this out basically. So I don't want to mess around with other things if I don't have to, like, too much. At least until after I'm done covering everything that I need to go over first. Alright, so over at the Ellis car meet, there is Pegassi Torero, Pegassi Tempesta, and also the Debauche JB700W. That's the weaponized one that's actually always on the vehicle website, on the War Stock website, not the Legendary Motorsport website. So are these all just gonna be on the, like, website this time for some reason? Interesting. The first one is a Torero, I'm pretty sure, right? 2-door for like something like 2017 gun running or something, right? I think. Oh, and it's also on discount, actually, turns out, as well. Okay, interesting. Alright, I don't want to forget the vehicle. It's 100%, so I'll check GT Series videos can be posted. I don't have to, like, get off the website. Okay, right, the other one was a Tempesta, right? Which is 2016 import-export, I'm pretty sure, so it should be just a little further below. Yeah, okay, that actually also turns out to be on discount. And is the War Stock one on discount? It might also be at that rate, not right? Wouldn't doubt it, would not doubt it, if I could see either way, basically. Okay, it does turn out all three of these on the dealership are on turns out, yes, all three are on discount on the dealerships. I will be going over them pretty in depth then, I guess, compared to usual. Compared to usual, at least. And I believe every vehicle discount, if I recall right from looking before I did the stream, is a 30% off discount. So just keep that in mind, basically. So I believe every vehicle discount in this event is a 30% discount. Yeah, just keep that in mind. So Torero, I believe, is a sports classic, so it's not the most crazy crap. It's not the most crazy class for a vehicle. And also, without a huge amount of sports classics that released in the last update for Safe Routes and Hills, it really kind of changed the class at the top pretty heavily. So I guarantee this one's not top of the class, but it is on discount, so we'll be going over the exact performance anyways. And it turns out, according to roughly 142's vehicle spreadsheet version 2.09, it is a B tier sports classics at 14th place for lap time, and 26 for top speed. And you can do a -3 if you're on platforms with a lack of HSW options, which means it'd only at best be 11th place for lap time. Which 11th place would still be one placement shy of top 10. You might as well just use a top 10 option anyways, or single digit, the top 9 basically. I wouldn't really say this one's the greatest vehicle to really pick up, honestly, for pure performance reasons at least. Yeah, me, I'm not really a customization person, so I don't really necessarily want to say too much regarding those anymore. And, in regards to wanting to move on with the stream quicker, starting with this update, I think I kind of want to try to get for things maybe a bit quicker. So I'm, by the way, going to be talking about vehicles purely in a performance standpoint. If they're pure civilian vehicles. If they're weaponized, at least enough to the point where I feel they're kind of relevant or something, just for that alone, then I'll pretty much probably just talk capabilities. Is how I'll basically be doing coverage of vehicles, by the way. From this point on, basically, I might not mention too much about customization versus preference, unless it's very clear, it's really good for something on a Benny's, or for something on Benny's website or something, for example. And maybe an interest in trying to move on with the streams from here on out quicker. So yeah, the Torero, there's definitely better sport classic options out there for performance. And Pasta, I'm pretty sure it's more of a budgety supercar. It's pretty cheap and back from 2016, even with import export. So that's quite literally almost 10 years ago at this point. 10 years almost ago at this point. So yeah, I guarantee it's not that good. But for those that want to know, I'll go over the performance. According to the vehicle spreadsheet from roughly 152, it is a D tier vehicle for supercar class. 26th place lap time, as well as 54th place top speed. The lap time's not admittedly the worst. It's kind of in the upper half of the class, but the top speed is pretty ass, so definitely not a top speed supercar. And it's way out of top 10. It might be in like the high 10s or something, maybe without like HSW or like the low 20s, but that's not really that good for a lap time per se. And like looking at it from a pure performance standpoint, but what's actually competitive for like racing basically. And then the Daibachi JB700W is Sports Classics technically, but I believe it's not raceable. So I'm pretty sure it's not raceable Sports Classics, so there's practically no reason to really go over it for performance. And even then, it's more for capabilities, since I mentioned earlier, it's a weaponized one that's on war stock, basically. So this one you can add guns to. It starts decommissioned, but you can add the guns, I'm pretty sure that's how that works for this vehicle. And like the one in single player, you can kind of do like a spike mine, not spike strips like the one in single player, unfortunately, just spike mines. And I think the only other mine type is like slick or something, if I remember right. And I think that's basically everything it does, basically for like capabilities. But I guess really not too much different from it's really not too much difference from the regular JP700, like the one from day one of the game, basically for performance, and that's even lower than the Torero I covered earlier, for sure, obviously, for like a performance for Sports Classics. I'm not going to go over what it is, since I don't think the regular one's on a discount or anything. But I assume it probably plays worse than the Torero for Sports Classics, so I don't really think it's going to be that good for races, obviously. I want to say this vehicle got a lock-on jammer, I believe it probably did. I wanted to check on that, honestly, personally, on this one in particular. Since it is a pretty capable vehicle, it says, like, weaponry on it, of course. So yes, it can in fact add a missile lock-on jammer to the vehicle. So machine guns, non-explosive machine guns at best could take like 2-3 seconds to destroy like a unarmored vehicle, which isn't too bad. A lot of missions won't necessarily have armored vehicles for like player versus enemy missions. A lot of player versus enemy missions will not have armored vehicles, most definitely for like land vehicles, if you're going to use it on any sort of land vehicle. The point A to point B capability, however, is kind of bad on this vehicle, given it's like rocket boost vehicles and like helicopters in the game. So you probably won't actually be using it for a lot of like player versus enemy content in the first place, I will admit. Spike mines, even if the vehicles have bulletproof tires, you can at least do damage. Spike mines, yeah, even though vehicles can have bulletproof tires, you can at least do damage to vehicles with the spike mines regardless. And I think they're infinite capacity, of course, just like the machine guns as well. So you'll never like run out of them, basically, I believe. But like, they're not really too good unless you're against like a player versus enemy vehicle or something like player versus enemy content without like bulletproof tires or something, which is kind of a niche use it for anyways. Because if you're going to use it against a player, like player versus player, they're most likely just going to have bulletproof tires on a vehicle anyways, of course. Anyways, when it only costs 25k for bulletproof tires. And then slick mines. Slick mines only just spin vehicles out, I believe. They don't really do too much. But yes. Swift mines just spin vehicles out. They do not really do damage or anything, so they're not really too overly useful, but I mean, it's a little something to do at least. So like the single player vehicle, I'd probably arm it with the spike mines. Like, honestly, like the single player vehicle, I'd probably like put it on with the spike mines just so you can do some extra damage from like behind if you're like having to hit something from behind, where the machine guns obviously would be for the front of the vehicle, and then only the sides of the vehicle you can really do like any kind of damage to the vehicle with or something. Something is what I would probably do. But yeah, if I had to put in a tier list for like vehicles that are useful in free mode for like player versus enemy content, I'd probably not put in like a S or A tier. I'd probably not put in like an S or A tier for like a tier list for vehicles that are like very useful for like missions and stuff in free mode. Probably at least like at best be B tier, if even. Like, I don't really know. I haven't really put too much thought or did like a huge ass video like that before, obviously. But if I would ever do one, it'd probably be like kind of soon, obviously. But yeah, you'll probably not be using missions, like I said. It's kind of more of a vehicle of fun, if anything, really. Anything, really. You could probably just use it really for like a headhunter VIP work, some like lightweight content for like 20 to 30k or something. But aside for that, you probably won't make that much serious money with the vehicle. And yeah, it is worth noting you can only have either the spike or the Sith mines. You cannot do both at the same time, obviously. So you have to choose one or the other, like it basically implied earlier. So easy to best of the vehicle discounts, I think, would go to the JB700W for sure. The other ones are pretty much mostly just for racing. Performance-wise, Terra's not too far from being kind of decent for lap time, but like I said earlier, it's kind of placement too bad, unfortunately, on the lap time, regardless of the circumstance. Like in its best case scenario, they just still being disabled. So overall, you see best option chicks down W for the free vehicles. But yeah, they're not vaulted vehicles, so I don't have to go over vault vehicles, thankfully. And apparently the prize ride for the week here is, I think, a post-allude, which is definitely on the San Andreas Sobrado's website for the Criminal Enterprises DLC. And then the prize ride challenge is you have to place top 5 for 3 days in a row. Yes, you have to place top 5 3 days in a row for the prize ride challenge. Which I think is pretty easy, given that pursuit races are 4 players. But yeah, so on the topic about Dragon Drift races, topic of Dragon Drift races, they are technically almost Carbon Series races. However, since they came out like 2 years later, like after the prize ride system, I don't think they count. Like, at least by yourself solo, they definitely do not count. I will admit I never played any with like multiple players. I've only ever done them by myself. But I assume even with like multiple players, they probably do not count. So like, probably wouldn't bother with either drag or drift races. I don't think those ones are ideal to go for. But yeah, street races. Or actually, I think in alphabetical order it's Pursuit and then Street Race, so let me actually go over Pursuit first. But yeah, Pursuit races are 4 players. So top 5 free in a row is pretty easy. Especially if you do like a 2-player, 3-player, 4-player, 5-player like Street Race. So you can do either Street Pursuit Race pretty effectively, or either Pursuit or Street Race, those can both be pretty effectively done. For the top 5 for days in a row challenge required for the Tinka Post Salute. And on the website, 7 Andres Desperados 2-door. Yeah, because most tuner vehicles are 2-door. You have to have a 2-door. Chrono Enterprises DLC. And it's right here, it looks like. And it's $982,500 that you'll be basically saving from it. And in the age of like weekly like first time completion bonuses, I don't really like know honestly if it's like worth saying like how much you save on the grinding, because it kind of depends on like what your grind is, and if you only stick to one thing, it's eventually going to be like nerfed to shit anyways, or something. So I think it makes it hard to like predict like how long it would take to grind. And plus, you could always still do businesses which they haven't really nerfed in this update or anything, like they did like heisting and like other certain like job types or something. This vehicle is part of Coupe's class. No lock-on jammer available, apparently. There is not. And yeah, apparently the Post-Loot is apparently literally the worst Coupe vehicle in the game, according to Revenue 152's vehicle spreadsheet. You're seeing 2 Register Online. Being the single H-tier Coupe vehicle in the game at 21st place in lap time and top speed is actually literally the worst vehicle of the whole class. So yeah, do not bother too much for this vehicle, I would say. Unless there's like some very specific reason you want to get this vehicle that's not performance related, do not get this vehicle, I would definitely say. It's easily a skip. And by the way, the vehicle is even more expensive if you do not have the trade price, so you actually technically can possibly save even more on this vehicle by getting it this way. Because the trade price is tied to like rank 80 or 85 for the LS car meets, and so it's one of 2 like tuner vehicles released in Chrono Enterprises DLC, so it's tied to the like LS car meet reputation, but it's for rank 80 or 85. Not sure which of those 2. Don't know if it's like random or like if it's one of the very 2 specific numbers of those, but one of us 2, like car meet reputation ranks gets you the trade price. It's a really disappointing vehicle, unfortunately. It's not really ideal to get that one if you're just getting it for pure performance. And I'm talking both like Coupe racing as well as like the LS car meet content, by the way, when I say that, by the way. Yeah, sport tuners that we dominate for the racing, of course, and then I don't even think you can actually use it in robbery contracts. I don't even think you can use it for robbery contracts, from what I've heard from From yes, what I have heard, you cannot use in robbery contracts. And then the HSW Premium Test Ride, if you're on newer platforms, only use the Grotti Briosa RA, which is actually the only compact HSW vehicle in the game, so obviously I do recommend getting this one. It's the only one of its class, though it's definitely a very good one to get a hold of. HSW is one of the best vehicles in the game, so really any of them is pretty worthwhile. And it's the first one actually on the list as well, and it's registered on Sandra Sprouter's website. But do be aware there is mistakes on the website. They actually brought this vehicle back after faulting it in Sanders Mercenaries with Agent Sabotage DLC, but they didn't update the initial website for it. So be aware there is mistakes on that list, or at least one mistake on the list. But I'm pretty sure information is correct on that vehicle for sure though. For sure though. Stepping on that website, not the Legendary Motorsport for sure though. Let me show it one more time for the vehicles you can use for all 30 of them. It will increase 31 in Detroit, just keep in mind there will be a 31st one you can use eventually. Yeah. And you actually cannot use the weaponized Ignis. You can use the ones like, yeah, you can use Bravado Buffalo EVX and the Stinger TT, but you do have to take off slip lines on those two, by the way, if you have them on for some reason. Which reminds me, I think I have to put the slip lines back on my Buffalo EVX, which I'll probably do off stream or something. At some point at least. At some point at least. Yeah, still a list of 30 vehicles to use, basically you can use. Or really, it's 29 basically without the weaponized Ignis, since that one got blacklisted criminally prized DLC onwards. And it was only usable basically at launch of the 9th gen versions of the game. Alright, Auction Auto's up next. Cargo shipments from Tony over here is telling me whatever. Diamond Forgery. Promotion to you, whatever. Really do not overly care right now. Kind of good to that, I would say. So it looks like it's basically just two the newest vehicles for the latest DLC here, and Officer News. You're pretty much guaranteed not to be on discounts. It just came out like a couple weeks ago or something. Looks like a build of the Veleno GT is available here. I did want to buy this one since there's HSW available for it. It's a $3 million vehicle. He's okay. And HSW might be like $1 million, $2 million or something even. And then you gotta upgrade it. And actually before that, let me check on things, make sure things look fine. Yeah, things look fine right now. Does that look like? It does very much look like. And yeah, I bought like, I think off stream on one of my streams or something, I ended up buying like the other vehicles. By the way, I didn't buy like on any sort of stream. So even if I didn't customize any vehicles on stream, I actually bought the pre-built builds that I already, like, say, already by the way. Which means I still have like a few million. I have to see where I'm at basically there though after I customize and stuff though. But yeah, just because I bought it right now. Oh, well, actually, HSW's one definitely put me below for sure, probably. And upgrading it, of course, so.
You look like you've been working out.
Yeah, just because I got it right now doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be like customizing it until later, by the way. Plus promotion garbage, of course. And aside for active vehicle, I've actually been using on the streams. I actually have fully customized already the benefactor offer, whatever here. Which is a brand new van that came out in the latest DLC, and it's also basically the cheapest vehicle of the update.
I expect a big bonus this year.
I believe including Javier is in fact the cheapest vehicle of the DLC. The Veleno GT already talked about it. It's very good for top speed, whether it's HSW or not. It's literally the best non-HSW supercar for top speed. So while top speed is very niche, it does do something really good in the game at least for its class. And an HSW version is very good on both metrics, especially top speed, of course. And yeah, the van was pretty revolutionary for its class, and it's basically #1 for both autonomy and top speed for its class. If I remember correctly from this video, of course. And it's one on the Ignis Pursuit video. I'm going to go back to this video for the van, of course. It's not on discount at least for now, anyways. A drug vehicle, I don't really give a care for those. I don't think they're not worth it. I don't think they're not worth it compared to an export vehicle where at least get the tuner's reputation. Along with like 20k. Drug vehicles I just do not care for. Alright, but then over here you have the benefactor Porsche Log Hammer, which is a website vehicle. I'm pretty sure this came out in 2024, I believe, which is after they vaulted like 200 plus vehicles or whatever it was at the time. Professor 811 is actually a discount vehicle, I'm pretty sure. NS Windsor Drop might be a discount vehicle too, since the 811 I'm pretty sure is. This rate might be all I call discount vehicles on both showrooms. Could be wrong though. Class 211 100, I'm kind of speculating this like vehicle for discount as well done. That's well done. Yeah, didn't this one come out Drug Wars, which was like the update before things got vaulted, so it's pretty recent, so I don't think it's ever been vaulted. I believe nothing's here is going to be vaulted, because everything probably will be on discount in the showroom, I'm guessing, kind of. Last but not least, last but certainly not least, the Vapid Ready Mark II. Apparently here. I'm going to assume it's on discount, since like 811 I think for sure is, and I think I might have heard of 8i. Yes, may have heard the M100 miles be on discount, at least of the 5-year. I want to say they're all probably on the website, since the Kortz Swag Gamer is, and it seems there's like some trends going on in here. Or something. Swag Gamer's 4-door, right? I think, like 4-door sedan. Alright, yeah, okay, and it's, yeah, on discount, okay. Yeah, I think 811's for sure on discount from what I've heard. That's Ledger Motorsport. 2-door Finance Felony, I'm pretty sure is the update it was from. Kind of around import-export, even below the Pesa. Since that was like the update before that or something. Or a couple updates before, or whatever. Whatever. Alright, 811's on discount, like I said. Sorry, I kind of forgot. Oh yeah, those ones were dropped, right? Right. That's... Isn't that 2-door? Or might even be 4-door, actually. Never mind, I think it actually might very much be 4-door. Because it's also Finance Felony, so I don't see it like right now, then it's definitely in the 4-door section. For sure, then. Alright, yeah, it's definitely 4-door, then. Yep, that's on discount. Okay. 12 N100, yes, Southern. I think the Red Mark 2 might also very much be Southern, but if not, then it's definitely Legend Motorsport. That's a 2-door around at M100, I think so, but if not, then it's a 4-door. Certainly. Alright, it's 2-door, and on discount right there. And the Red Mark 2, I think, is actually also 2-door. Smartest Run was the release of the initial one, right? So I think it's like Casino Heist or something, if I remember right, for the, like, Mark 2, of course, so. Alright, yes, right there, okay. So yeah, it turns out all 5 of these are actually on discount. So I'll actually be going pretty in depth with these then. So for Shog Gamer, I'm pretty sure is a sedan class vehicle. Class actually is untouched by HSW, so the performance will actually be for all platforms on this particular vehicle. So there will be no differences for performance depending on like the platform. Unlike other vehicles in the game. And according to roughly 152's vehicle spreadsheet for GT9, Racing for GT9. For Shog Hammer is an A tier sedan. And it has 8th place for lap time as well as 5th place top speed. So basically within like top 10 and literally 5th place for top 5 is, I would say, decent enough, I would say. I would definitely say this one's pretty fine for sure. Obtain. So if you can get the vehicle, it's fine enough, at least. Alright, P-Fester 811, if I recall right, I think is actually pretty... It used to be decent, at least for top speed, but then now you have, like, stuff like... You have, like, the FMJ Mark 5, like, even the non-HSW, I think might be fine enough for top speed. The Ueva supercar, I think from like last update's actually pretty fun on the top speed. So top speed has been kind of changing recently, I think, for supercars. So this one might not actually be that relevant there anymore for top speed, especially if HSW and equation stuff as well. But at least before HSW actually used to be a very top speed option supercar. I'm 100% on this one. The supercar class, again, keep in mind, performance will be different depending on your platform on this one. But mostly go over performance, of course, on the newer platforms. Of course, where does it just start to count? I'll try to also count for other platforms as well. So apparently 811 is an H tier supercar with 53rd place a lap time. It's absolutely horrible there, no matter what platform you're on. 11th place top speed, apparently. So on newer platforms, it is actually literally out of top 10. Apparently, even as it like safe house and hills, even like the last update. And I think even with just the Veleno GT and the Veleno GT HSW, it's at least even dropped to like 13th even as well. Again, it might actually be able to be pretty decent top speed without HSW into account. Or especially be on legacy platforms, or even the newer platforms with HSWs that wouldn't race by like a race host. Or somehow like a creator of a race or something. So it could have some kind of potential be somewhat decent for top speed depending on like circumstance, but yeah, aside for that, not really. I'm gonna say this one's probably a very niche vehicle to use nowadays in 2026. This vehicle has had a massive fall off thanks to HSW and whatnot. Into one metric it used to be good for. Alright, and then I know this one's actually on career progression. Let me make sure, like, Casino Heist career progression doesn't actually have, like, the JB7W. Let me make sure Casino Heist doesn't have, like, that one. Alright, yeah, no, I don't think the JB7W is part of a career progression. So, thankfully I didn't forget about that. However, the Windsor Drop actually is a career progression vehicle. It is worth noting for the newer platforms. And that's for businesses, and I think the very first one all the way to the right. That would be for like finance felonies, for venture finance felonies, like the office. Yes. It is, in fact, a tier 4 reward for that. Requires, obviously, all this tier 1 stuff. That's all very, very easy to do. Even the player. Eventually just lobby hopping, I'm sure, and inviting like everybody in this session will probably eventually get somebody. Tier 2 also seems pretty easy. As long as you have like the money for this stuff, of course, or the cargo warehouse. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Got spotty for some crane, messed me up there, of course. But are those random? I forget, but as long as you buffer for them enough eventually for the business as a whole, I'm sure you get them all easily eventually. 111 crates of cargo on Soul Machine. You'll probably literally begin autos on the way. 5 different VIP works. Don't really list the ones, but that's pretty easy to do. There's a lot of solo ones you can do, so I'm sure that's easy, of course. 10, of course, I think there's enough solo ones for 10. I'm sure that's pretty doable. All the special items, I think it's a little glitchy, but, like, it's pretty easy to do, I'm pretty sure. Like, with plenty of grinding. Actually, it would be the hardest challenge, I think, on there, personally. Because even I don't have that one yet. So we're 250 crates of cargo, that's very easy to do. You'll just eventually get that over time. I'm sure doing the special items, that can be difficult to pull off, I'm pretty sure. And 50 million selling cargo is just a huge grind, but if you make enough money, you'll easily do it. And again, businesses did not get nerfed like Heist and stuff did, at least, so that's as easy as like a last update to pull off. So if you're on newer platforms and you're wanting to farm for like the special items, you might just want to even do the career progression instead of like buying the vehicle or the ones that drop. But only again on newer platforms. On the legacy platforms though, obviously you can buy like I showed now. Because yeah, it's not a vaulted vehicle or anything. This one is coupees, I believe, as well. It's like the postlude from earlier, by the way. Apparently the Windsor drop is actually right above the postlude, actually. Apparently, yes, postlude. Or, I mean, the Windsor drop is right above the postlude, actually, on the spreadsheet. So it's actually 20th place for lap time as a G tier vehicle, since the postlude was only H tier earlier. However, it's like 6th place top speed, actually. So at least it does have some sort of good metric to it, at least. And there's 2 HSW coupees, so I think it's even as good as like 4th place without the HSWs for top speed. So it can actually be kind of decent for top speed for coupe races, albeit coupe races are probably kind of niche, so just keep that in mind. Depending on what you're looking for, it can be good for performance. But I mean, you might as well just get the free one for career progression if you're on newer platforms. And maybe on the list of platforms, maybe just don't bother too much with it then. But after that, the classic tulip M100. Yes, after all that, the classic tulip M100. That one is a muscle car, actually. So according to that spreadsheet, roughly 152 vehicle spreadsheet racing each spreadsheet line, all that stuff. It is apparently actually a F tier muscle car, which gives it a 47th place for the lap time. I think in technical circumstances, at least above average in the class. Like without HSW, but with HSW, I think it's in the lower part of the class. For like the lower half of the class for lap time. And it's also like 26th place top speed. So it's pretty much locked in the 20s for top speed, which really isn't the greatest. So looking at it from a pure performance standpoint, you probably shouldn't really get the Tulip M100. Which so far I think is the only vehicle I've said like straight up is not worth it performance-wise, at least for this dealership. Might be the worst vehicle in this dealership with the 5, quite frankly, for a performance standpoint. And Retinue Mark II I actually think is in Sports Classics. So it could be like kind of in a similar case as a Torero with all the like good Sport Classics that came out in the last updates. If I was in the hills, that kind of really changed that class recently. In like the last like 6 months or so. Like last several months or whatever. Yeah, Retinue Mark II is actually ironically one placement better than the Torero, which means it actually gets 13th place for lap time. Actually 14th place for top speed as well, actually. So it's basically 11th place actually for top speed without HSW into account. And it actually even would probably be like 10th place even if we're just barely in the top 10 actually for a lap time. So it kind of can hit a decent level for a lap time, but it's very particular on the circumstance of either being on a Lexi platform or HSW being like removed. So maybe consider it, but yeah. Like there's definitely better Sport Classics still, like I said. And if I skip to letter tier 4, it's the same as Torero by the way of like B tier. So obviously there's A and like S tier, which is actually reserved for HSW, but yeah, there's basically A tier options that you can choose on any platform. You might as well go with over that. Basically. So really, there's something you can consider for all these vehicles, at least aside for the Tulip M100 I find for performance, for the discounts. So I think the Tempesta, the like Alex Car Meet, and then like the Tulip N100 are probably the worst couple discounts to go for it, so then for the different discounts so far. And by the way, I think there's only like 8-9 vehicle discounts, so that might actually be all the vehicle discounts, if I remember right, from when I looked at the different discounts like before I actually started the stream. So I'm not so there actually might not be that much more to talk about for vehicle discounts, if anything even. Maybe there's like one that's not tied to that, I'm not sure though, but like, it kind of looks like that's pretty much it though, pretty much. And obviously, the police vehicles not on a dealership. Obviously, they don't really ever put the police vehicles on any kind of dealership. So again, like I said earlier, I think the trade price from what I've heard is just simply complete 10 dispatch works for the trade price for the Ignis Pursuit. It seems they did not release a new dispatch work. I'm assuming like the older dispatch works probably weren't like popular even when they like first released, and so maybe just didn't want to bother this time. I'm not really sure. Or maybe because like the last update quite possibly the last update before GTA 6 for FBI, but also not again 100% confirmed to be the final update for the game or anything. They didn't really say words like that in the pre-release material or anything like that. Really though, really though. So yeah, dispatch work available, of course, like most of the police vehicles. Not surprising there, obviously. It's not like the police riot, police predator, like the more specialty police vehicles that lack the dispatch work, obviously though. Anyway. And yes. Like pretty much any newer vehicle in the game, there is a missile lock-on jammer available. It's kind of just something that's pretty much a thing for like all newest vehicle releases in the game. And yeah, it's a supercar police vehicle, so I'm sure it's a pretty interesting option for a lock-on jammer, but not as interesting as obviously the police bike, I would say, for like a police vehicle, for like a newer emergency vehicle in the game.
Yo, what's up?
Like for some of the newer police vehicles in the game, I would say police bike would probably be a little more interesting for police bike on the lock-on jammer though. And yeah, that's right, this vehicle can only be modified in properties you own, because yeah, it's a police vehicle, so it's really strict, so you cannot do it for like LS Customs, like the outside mod shop has to be in one of your property mod shops. Which means to put colored headlights on, I believe you have to actually do colored headlights for like the arena, if you want like colored headlights, for example, since obviously you don't own the LS car, I mean that's owned like by other people in the game, like NPCs in the game basically. And it has a resale value of $0, right? $5 bounties onwards, I think they had like the resale value $0. I think you can only resell them, I think, with the first update that came out with Chop Shop or newer police vehicles. So right, I completely forgot to say that earlier, but make sure you actually want the vehicle before you buy this vehicle, because you will not be able to sell it for any monetary value. But like, they did also neuter like pretty much any vehicle in the game for monetary value reselling anyways. Like, it's not too much different than like the neutered like sell values of like all vehicles in the game at this point. Like, what, you only make like 500k max when you sell a vehicle nowadays, and like kind of defeated like last update on like last couple DLCs or something. So make sure you actually want the vehicle. It's a police supercar, which is pretty cool, so I'm sure a lot of people will probably want the vehicle. But you also cannot use it for racing, so yeah, be aware that, of course, when you actually buy the vehicle, you won't be able to actually really make much money with the vehicle, so that's what doing dispatch work. Because you cannot race with it for actual supercar or like emergency races, since there is no emergency races, basically. But yeah, I think it's like 5-6 million without the trade price, so it's really steep without a trade price, and even $4 million for that is still pretty crazy, even with the trade price. Oh no, there's actually some new like paintings also for primary targets, by the way, for like the Kortz Center Heist. This is kind of important to mention actually, since you need this. This is, I mean, kind of important because you actually need it for like an award in the game. I think award, it might just be one for like platinum. So like on legacy on the legacy platforms, I don't really think you need to keep paintings too much. But especially on the like newer platforms, you actually kind of need to keep a set amount of paintings actually. So obviously, if going to a Heist, Kortz and Heist, tier 4 or something, I think it's 5 paintings. Tier 3, you actually need 1 for that. And you cannot keep the like first run one, like the Debauche one or whatever for Mr. Favor that I showed off obviously in the last stream I did for like third part of the Heist ones, since obviously there's 3 parts again because connection issues or something. But yeah, tier 4, yeah, requires you keep any 5 stolen paintings, so keep in mind you do need to actually keep some paintings if you're trying to go for the Vapid car armored. So there is a new like set of them apparently available in the game. In the game apparently. But there's winter, nowhere in particular, and then or no, I mean winter, nowhere in particular. This week's primary target apparently. That's one new painting available, or something. So if I said multiple, I might have meant one, but they show like 3 different ones, so I'm not actually not sure. Actually. The other ones actually might be returning, but like might just be in a rotation for the week or something. And you can still get the outcome of Endeavor, like I showed in my last stream, like I kind of explained again, of course. For Finer Collectors, it's the second of 3 weeks you can get the outcome of Endeavor, which is the one that sells for 1.6 million on like an event week, like refresh or something. Which I think for me right now, unfortunately, it's like 400k since I already did one for the week, and with this new like weekly completion bonus being kind of introduced to the new DLC. I gotta wait like till next event, I think, for it to sell for as high as 1.6, which I'll probably for sure be doing it that way, of course, because I kind of want the highest values. It might be like the second highest value painting in the game, basically. Just basically. And additional works are I Hear Voices and I, Fruit or something, like the other primary targets or something for the week or something that might not necessarily be new, but they are available this week, basically. And like all of them, you can put them on display inside the mansion, of course, or fence them, of course, to Mr. Favor's buyers, of course. And I was actually wondering what could be values and where like money came from last time, and that was actually the weekly challenge, which I already have done as of the last stream. It was complete the Kortz Center heist without dying. It gets you $400,000 apparently for this week. Might have been actually 100k last week if it was the same challenge. But yeah, this week you get massive $400,000, like a ×4 on the weekly challenge, basically compared to the usual 100k. If you just simply do the heist without dying. Which if you can do it mostly stealth, I did kind of unfortunately get the stealth broken like on the way out. But I still didn't die again after that, so if you do it right, it's pretty easy basically. If you do it correctly, of course, it's pretty easy to do basically. It's basically done. And as a reminder, you get till August 12th for the Ratty, Veleno, GT, like the free one you can get for the plus subscription, $8 up the ass, basically. You get like until August 12th they do that, basically, which is like still like 2 more event weeks, I believe, after this one. You basically get to till if you ever have the $8 up the ass already or want to do it eventually until that time frame. I already talked about per times money, associate bodyguard salaries. I was on the menu, so I don't have to talk about that anymore. Because I basically already talked about it. Apparently, if you just play GTA 9 for the week, you get the Knuckle Duster Tee. Which I'm actually not sure if that's a new login reward or if it's like a returning one. It might very much be new. I think I might have got the Rockstar Games was giving you some close notification, but I don't know if that like 100% means if it's like new or if it's like a returning one or not. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a new one though, since it was one of the first events, of course, of the new DLC. I don't think I really could have shown off the clothing store, just look up the news wire if you want to look up the clothing item, basically. But it's basically what you expect it to look like if you know what the basic Knuckle Duster weapon looks like in the game. On basically a black shirt. They then remind people that mansion owners who got the list tier of the Banner Card program by playing at any point that was between June 18th and July 13th before the update released have until August 5th, so this is actually the penultimate event week for this stuff. So you only get one more event week to claim this stuff after this event. But yeah, it's the $1 million discount on the art studio. I think I said the mansion one was, I think, the 12th, so I got it right. That was only until the 5th or something for art studio, or maybe I did kind of get that wrong earlier, but at least until the next event, until August 5th, you get the $1 million discount on art studio. The free vault keypad upgrade for the art studio. But yeah, the hack thing for free is something pretty helpful, so you can practice that. Like I was talking about in the last stream. Access to the special primary painting, the outcome of the endeavor, like I was basically talking about. Again, I think the second of 3 weeks of that particular one. It expires August 5th, like altogether or something, Free Kortz Center sculpture. Free Kortz Center sculpture to decorate the mansion grounds. I don't know if that's like that like gold thing that's like in the art studio. Might be that actually. But yes, so Kortz Center sculpture could be that pretty like gold kind of thing, basically an art studio, unless it's like a different thing. I'm not really sure actually. Actually, that shows like all the different like ways to get in it or something. And then yeah, you get the free another stealth helicopter. And again, that only goes till August 5th, or the next event week is your last chance to claim any of that stuff. So do it this event or next event. Or otherwise you're basically gonna lose out, basically. It's basically. And then 2 times money for the first time completing a Titan job this week. So it's only a 2 times for your first time for the Titan job. So that means the new weekly completion bonus thing that they kind of introduced to the DLC. Basically, that's only the 2 times you get for Titan job.
What's up, Solo?
which I hear is like $2 million, or if not possibly even $3 million on a hard mode, basically. So it's pretty good for a Titan job on your first time completion. And Titan job is actually always kind of worth it too, because that one actually does not get nerfed on subsequent completions, I think. Like the original Heist and Titan job, I think, are like the ones that do not get nerfed, I believe, when you do them like multiple times. So even the base payout is still pretty fine, like it was before the update release for Kortz and Heist. So yeah, Titan job is pretty good when they have it on for sure. For sure, since it doesn't drop off that hard, basically, compared to like other ones, basically, other ones, basically, like long term or whatever. And yeah, Titan job, I think you can usually do in like 1 hour, so it's like pretty fun to do, basically. Cocaine, whatever. And then, in the second paragraph of that section, it says, for hints at some upcoming things that will be going on, make sure to check out other Heists and GTON activities that are now offering big first-time completion bonuses each week, and look forward to a bevy of extra Heist bonuses in future event weeks, including a rumored appearance of the Panther statue in the Cayo Perico Heist. So it sounds like some Heist stuff might be increasing for some events in like maybe the next month or so. And one such being will be the Panther statue for Cayo Perico Heist, which I don't think has any nerfs on it, so it's basically like a pre-nerf Cayo Perico Heist for like a week or something, which is pretty nice for your first one you do, basically. So when that one happens, that'll be a very good time to do the Cayo Perico Heist. But it's not dated, so just keep in mind that might be a while from now, basically. And then there is a money opportunity actually exclusive to newer platforms, which is 5 times money in RP on HSW Race Series. So every single race type in general, I think, 8 to minutes whatever for max payout on a race, I think. Standard amount, I think, for 8 to minutes per race, I think it's like 8K-ish or so. 2 times used to be like 16K. So 2 times 2 for 4 times is like 32-ish K, and like maybe like 40K for 5 times. Then you gotta count, I think there was like at least 150% boost for all race types in like the Grown Enterprises DLC, which I think makes it like 60K or something, 8 minutes in a HSW race. Which is unlikely to happen in an actual race, since HSW are like the quickest vehicles in the game, basically. Unless you ever set it to like a very high amount of laps, or you just purposely stall the race for like 8-10 minutes for that max payout. So yeah, solo you can technically make like 60K for like 8-10 minutes or something, I think, with like 8-10 minutes or something. And you can probably do that like 6 times, basically. So solo you could actually make a couple to almost like a few $100,000 doing those races if you do it that way. But again, you gotta like stall the race really hard, or like do lots of like laps on the race, like solo even. And then obviously make even more money with like playing up against other players and actually getting like first place, hopefully. But obviously that's very random, like how like easy it'll be each race and all that stuff, so that's not really ideal to like calculate something like that. But 5 times would be definitely very insane if you have like lots of laps on like a multiple player HSW race, basically. Basically. I'm sure the payouts would be actually kind of insane. If you set lots of laps on HSW race, and so it's just go way too quick if you do like a single lap or something. And yeah, I'm not sure if that's a point-to-point option. On a point-to-point race, you might just want to avoid like doing those altogether, unless you're running like solo, of course, since you might not be able to increase that amount of times you have to do point-to-point races. That might only be a setting for like lap races. Just keep in mind, basically. Assuming there is any point-to-point HSW races, which there probably would be, I would think. Wrong phone call. I don't think it's time to hinger since it's no like business race. I think for hinger. So I don't think that was an important phone call whatsoever, since I don't do the hinger really right now, at least. There's also triple rewards for the community like series thing going on, which might be combat series or something. It looks like saw deathmatch pop up earlier, so it might be either combat or like variety or something. Okay, it actually turns out there is some racing ones on here. This might be the same lineup that was available last time. I'm not actually that sure. I played the MLA Mega Random 6, I think I kind of did that since like one stream didn't work properly the whole way. I think that actually featured it in the first place. So I want to say the lineup might be the same lineup for last time. I could be wrong though. But yeah, there's no new race to play, so I don't have anything I have to play, basically. As far as I'm aware, at least. So I don't think I have a single thing to play here, so that's good. That's good. But either way, it's 3 times money RP, which might be better than last week, of course, because I think last week would have been like no like money like additions, or like would have been like 2 times, not 3 times, probably because I want people to play the heist when it first came out, Odyssey or something. And Overtime Rumble is the featured series for 3 times money RP as well. And according to this, it looks like Overtime Rumble is able to be for 2 to 10 players. Our stream modes, I think, are based on like amount of players, amount of time the game like lasts, kind of plays also into like how the game plays out. Those couple things, etc., do determine the payouts. It's not really the craziest thing, really. Wait, there's Heist Prep. You can actually see the vehicle sections here. Wait, what? Interesting. Wait, so you can do these right in free mode or something? I'm so confused. I didn't know you could actually do that, actually. For the getaway vehicle, it's like, yes. I didn't know that was a thing, really. That's cool. But yeah, adversary modes, with everything I said, with like amount of players, how a game plays into amount of time, how long it lasts in general, etc. Despite that, I don't really think you make more than like a couple 100,000 like an hour or something, so there are more amounts of fun rather than amounts of serious money making, of course, though. And actually for vehicle discounts, it does seem there is in fact one more vehicle discount. That's like a weaponized one or something. I didn't really bid for a dealership in a way. And in a way, since it's like one with a gun on the back, actually. But yeah, there's like a couple miscellaneous discounts that are not vehicles. The goal are still gunman discounts, gunman inventory, and discounts. Excuse me, actually.
Hey, bud, how's it going? Did you see last night's episode? We were online all night.
As well as the FIB party file in the salvage yard. And I'll probably want to do the HSW time trial on stream as well, at least. And maybe customize the vehicle. Maybe even before the time trial. Maybe yes, even before the HSW time trial. So for this event, apparently the FIB party file is the brute force file. Is yes, brute force file. This one, most people actually consider to be the worst file, so it might not be the greatest one for the priority file. Me personally, I find Black Box to be the worst one. I'm not really a fan of the underwaterness of this. I actually really like stealth missions, so I kind of prefer this one over this one personally. But on the bright side, if it's like your main grind to do the priority files, which didn't get any sort of nerf with the latest DLC, then you can at least do priority file for this, and you can also do back-to-back on fine art file and product breakaway, or even just ignore this altogether and just do back-to-back fine art product breakaway if it's like a main grind or something. Which are basically arguably the best two to be doing. And with doing two of each, you're basically going to be getting around the same payout, like, of that all for, like, say, like, a couple hours or something. If not, like, more, eventually, with, like, 3 hours even. And onto salvage yard, and I'll go over like remaining discounts, and from there, basically customizing the vehicles and just W time trial. Basically, not really too much more to go over. On the bright side, on the bright side. What's interesting is something to let you do it from like the computer itself, but like everything's you have to do from the interaction menu. I find it kind of weird. But yeah, no claimable vehicle in this event apparently no. And apparently also goes from the most to the least. I might be going over in the opposite order than if we want to go over these vehicles. The Bugatti Stinger RTT sports car released during the San Andreas Mercenaries DLC. Vermox Cypher was sports car released during the Tuners DLC. Advanced Sentinel Frontier was what, like Summer Special? Also, some summer special, summer 2020 DLC. SUV class, I believe. And since Rockstar don't really go over them unless there's like one on a claimable or something. The Sentinel Frontier is the standard range vehicle. Sentinel Frontier is for the cargo ship robbery. With max sell value of $269,000 and salvage value $215,200. Airlock Cypher from the Tuners DLC. Tuners subclass vehicle, of course. of course. For like the mid-range vehicle or whatever I usually call it, whatever I personally usually call it. It's for the gangbanger robbery, the one that's out like the Mission Road police station. But yeah, that one, max sell value $444,000. With a salvage value of $275,200. With yes, salvage value $275,200. Last but not least, top range vehicle, Gary Stinger TT sports car. Sports car. Top range is the podium robbery, the one for the casino, obviously. With $401,000 max sale value and an salvage value of $420,800. I think that was supposed to be the cover for that, right after that. So on to kind of some of the last couple few things. So yeah, Chameleon Paints, that was kind of mentioned earlier, I think, with talking about some of the stuff that's on the newer platforms only for whatever reason. But yeah, Chameleon Paints is actually on a discount for the week, apparently. And it's only stuff for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, PC Enhanced. Basically, anything that's not the legacy platforms for the current platforms, basically. There's certain colors in the mod shop, basically, that you can only do on the newer platforms. And a lot of those aren't the plus ones actually free anyways. It might basically be for the handful that actually are available for all players. It might be just for those handful of ones, since the ones for plus might actually always just be free. And most of them are just given out for plus members only for being like $8 up the ass, basically. Or whatever the fuck. Whatever the fuck. So yeah, half off Chameleon Paints, only on those newer platforms, like I said, basically. Just some cosmetics for the vehicles, not a big deal, but yes, it's a discount that's there. And again, I think it's only for like some of the ones that like launch, because I think the ones for Plus, they just give you for free anyways, if I remember right, basically. Not that I ever got Plus, but from what I've seen from like Guild Master or something. And then the property that's required for the Titan job is also on a discount, apparently. Okay, I don't know why it goes all over the place like that. Whatever. Like, I'm not like really high on it or something. Or hold on, actually, I need to turn that one back on. So the McKinsey hanger, I cannot show a price for it since I already own it. But whatever the price is actually like... It's actually half off the McKinsey hanger. It is, yes, actually half off the McKinsey field hanger, apparently, for whatever price it is half off. So I want to say it's probably a 6-digit price, whatever the price would even be on it, and it's like a $2 million unit. It's probably more like $1 million or something. Something like that, though. Something like that, though. But obviously you needed to do... Obviously, yes, you needed to do the Titan job. You have like air trafficking missions, like ground trafficking missions that you can also do for the hangar, basically. Which I think are free mode things that pay like 40k or something, not the worst, but there's also better free mode like things you can do, like security contracts. I think like the DAX things if you do those rarely might be like 100k or something even. I forget. Yeah, like Haven hits as well, also for like the agency, for example. But a couple agency free mode things I think are basically just better to do anyways. If you're going to do like a quick free mode job for like that kind of pay. I think these missions you might have to use like certain specific vehicles, so like it kind of takes longer since you can't use like your own like modified vehicles and stuff. I believe on those trafficking missions for like the free mode missions you get for this that aren't tied to like the Titan job directly. Of course, I'm talking about that time though. This also gives you like 15 extra aircraft slots for the hangars, I believe, for the smuggler hangars. So yes, smuggler hangars get a plus 15 on their like aircraft storage when you buy these, I'm pretty sure. Or for the McKenzie field hangar, I'm pretty sure. Since you cannot store aircraft directly there, you still have to store it on the smuggler hangar. You actually get plus 15 storage on the existing smugglers hangars at the time. So it goes, for example, from up to like 20, 35. And GT Plus actually has 5 of the slots for like 40, by the way. So yeah, if you want 5 extra slots, you have to pay $8 up the ass again, of course. Like in real money, even. Besides for those couple things, I think it's literally only like the Titan job basically you get access to. I do believe. Like obviously you can like spawn your aircrafts, like personal aircrafts and stuff for the hangar, which is a very nice thing to have access to. Like it's not like the McKenzie like, or no, it's not like, that is obviously McKenzie, but like it's not like the Helitours, for example, where you can only do like helicopters. You can also do your planes there as well, which is what I'm trying to say. So it's actually a better like aircraft spawning thing than even that, as long as you're willing to like spawn right there or something. I think it's a spawn location too, right? I think so. I think it can be spawned at again on a new lobby. I do think so. But obviously the best thing about it is the Titan job, especially for the 2x first time completion bonus to like for this event, which apparently gets you like 2 to 3 million or something on hard from what I hear. So yeah, pretty good property, at least for the week. And last but not least, looks like it's a worst stock vehicle in discount. Obviously, it's going to be a worst stock one since there was only one vehicle that wasn't at a dealership. Most of the discounts were actually at a dealership this time. This time. See, the benefactor of Warsaw camera sedan I covered, the Class A 2 FM100 also I covered, Vapid Red Mark II I covered, the JB700W, which is actually also Warstock, I did cover, Gassi Tempesta I covered, the Pegasi Torero I covered, you know, some one-sword drop I covered, and MP Straight 11 I covered. There's one vehicle still to cover that is not at a dealership this event. I think it initially released in the Heist DLC, but I think it actually appears like higher up than the other Heist DLC vehicles since I think it got the custom one. So it might appear with like the gun running vehicles, if I recall right. For a hint of what it basically is. I think it was also, by the way, in like the mission for the Armored Kara, so it's from that as well as another hint. So yeah, like I said, it's in the gun running section, I believe. But yeah, it's from the Heist DLC, and that is the technical. And yeah, certain pickups on discount just glitched at the moment or something since it was made for free, I think, briefly in like 2018 for like surprise 2018. But I already owned it beforehand, so I can never really claim the free version, so it just always looks like on the UI or something. Yeah, like all vehicle discounts, like I said earlier, they're 30% off, so this one's also 30% off, of course. And it's an off-road class. One of like 16 non-raceable off-road vehicles, or maybe even 17 now, with like the Armored Kara, like Armored, the Vapid Kara Armored, whatever, not one that was not raceable. We're off-road as well now. So I think it's like 17 like non-raceable off-road vehicles since one of those, so I probably will not go for performance for the vehicle, but there is the regular and the technical custom, and their capabilities kind of vary a little bit. Yes, a quote-unquote trade price is at $950,000. It's not really a trade price though, by the way. It's just the price you get for completing the heist. Since 2015, there was no trade prices. Trade prices were actually reduced for exports. So it's kind of a little bit of a different system, technically speaking. But eventually, they were made available as more expensive vehicles, like later, much later down the line, I think. If you haven't done like the Series A funding, I believe is where technical's at, for example. The kind of quote-unquote trade price, like the heist completion price, basically goes from $950,000 to $665,000. So like $285,000 off the vehicle. It basically looks like. So cool. And yeah, this one's weaponized with basically just like a machine gun or something for the regular technical, and that's basically all you get. It's a Pegasus vehicle, so yeah, you cannot customize it. It doesn't have like engine upgrades. The tires could probably be popped unless they add like bulletproof tires to it for some reason. Like for like an update or something, but I think when it first came out it didn't have bulletproof tires at least. I'm not sure if it still has no bulletproof tires or not though, but I think they might have changed it to somehow have bulletproof tires as Pegasus or something. But you can actually then turn it to a personal vehicle if you turn over to the Technical Custom. The upgrade price for a Technical Custom I believe is still the same, but I think it's only like a couple $100,000 more I think to do it that way if I recall. Basically. And that one lets you change like the machine gun to like a minigun, which gives you better rate of fire, I believe, for like less damage, which I think is better because then you can shoot more bullets, try to get headshots and stuff easier. than like having just more damage on like every shot of like the machine gun, basically. I mean, you can also put on some like cosmetic like ramps and like cosmetic like armor plating, but I think there's no armor on the Techno Custom, so I think it still pulls up to like 1 rocket when you do the custom version. Like honestly, it's not that great for either version of it. I feel you'll probably not really be using missions, since yeah, you need like 2 players to maximize the use on it. You can't really use much of anything even solo. Techno Custom might be able to do proximity mines. I'm not 100% actually on that. You may be able to do proximity mines, so at least get some kind of solo use on it, at least still as a solo player. If you do the upgraded like personal vehicle version. But yeah. I mean, it's weaponized and it's interesting, so there's that at least. For either of the 2 versions. But yeah. Like, you probably really never see these in free mode, of course, for good reason. Again, probably just like lightweight, like headhunter VIP work and stuff like that. You'll probably use it for like an easy 20 per K. If anything, really. If anything, really. And even then, there's just better vehicles to do with it. Point A, point B transport. Its point A, point B transport might even be worse than the JV700Ws. It's like an off-road truck that's going to be like slower, most likely. Unless you're using for like some off-road content, where it might just be slightly better, basically, for the point A, point B transport. And yeah, obviously the person's actually very exposed on the gun, which I don't know if the custom was to like do upgrades, that makes that not the case. So that doesn't really help either, basically. Unfortunately, I don't think Techno Custom gets a lock-on jammer, even though it very much deserves it, since like no armor on it anyways. I believe Techno Custom has no armor on it, yeah, so I think the lock-on jammer on the custom one would actually be very nice, very nice. Probably also the regular one should also get a lock-on jammer as well. And yeah, you do need the weapon vehicle workshop for MOC or Avenger, or even the arena mechanic, which was added like after like 2017, so that's what's not mentioned there. But yeah, the arena mechanic I think works as well. Figure out like your free options at least to do that kind of upgrade. So it might be a bit of an interesting vehicle, but like it's not going to be too impactful for the average thing you would be doing in the game, basically. Yeah, gunman stuff I might mention like later if I find a gun van or something. But at a minimum, the stream's kind of done. But good, it's still working. Okay, good, so I can do more if I want to as well. But the most important stuff is basically cover sides for arguably the gun van, which I don't overly care to go over unless I like find it, or like eventually I'll probably just go over in the weapon wheel. Should probably go over to my mansion to customize the vehicle then. And possibly also be on the lookout for the gun van on the way there as well. Oh, sheesh, God. Ended up paying the full, of course, because my itchy ass face, like ear, or whatever the fuck. Bitch, stop, pop the headlight all that time, and it took till now to pop the headlight. I'm actually surprised. Actually surprised. I didn't get what happened earlier. I didn't feel like I should have popped it even. Hit much unless I was like the bold, and I guess it actually makes sense to happen then. Again, I didn't mean to hit it. Like, goddamn fucking ears. Itchy as fuck. Oh, there's an export vehicle. Okay, I'll do that. I'm pretty much almost done with this stream and this content. So I might as well do the export vehicle at this point. If I don't get to customize the Veleno GT, it's not the end of the world. I can still kind of do it later down the line. Especially when you only have like a few $1 million, and it's not the most ideal to be doing that anyways right now, then... It's probably in a higher level then. Go on foot, I don't think it'll be too difficult. Eventually find on foot. It's probably just here, right? Okay, no. No real level up it looks like at least. At least. Even another level up it looks like. And I guess even another one. Oh, it's not on the way top of the thing. Oh, it's actually on the way top, sheesh. Okay. Okay. And it is Infernus Classic, I think, right? Yes, the Pegasi Infernus Classic, Sports Classics, I see. Based on the Pegasi Infernus, or at the time, I don't really think there was manufacturers, so it based on the Infernus back in Grand Theft Auto Vice City, basically. Pretty cool vehicle, obviously, for what's based on. But also, it's not as good as like the Cheetah or Turismo Classic. It's nowhere near as good as those two. I think there's Sports Classics, unfortunately. Fortunately, But literally, like the Turismo Classic and Cheetah Classic, at least the LSCM Cheetah Classic, at least for that newer one, are both pretty usable, I think, in Sports Classics, but not really in Furnace Classic nowadays, unfortunately. Don't really want to be using this one nowadays, I believe. But also, yeah, I need to change now. Right to the different destination now, since I'm doing this now. That's right. Because I wasn't expecting this export vehicle to be here, of course, on the way to the mansion. I wish it would just give you like a yellow destination, go to the docks instead of like making you do like the quick GPS, but whatever though. It has a yellow icon, I don't know like why I can't just get you over there like that, like some other things kinda do. I mean, it's only like a mission being really, I'm not 100%. Like contact missions and stuff that have like a yellow like icon, it'll actually like map it for you automatically. Maybe it's just because like Greenwood ones don't work like that. I'm not really all that sure actually don't. Somehow, I like the circle landscape still, it seems. Or actually, no, bottom had like actually skipped already. I guess. Didn't realize that. Apparently. Yeah, what did this come out for? Like Custom Special Vehicle Circuit, like spring 2017 or gun running, like mid 2017, I think. I forget. Like sometime around there, I believe. I could be wrong though. We're the DLC releasing, but yeah, for release time, whatever. But yeah, obviously the classic Infernus from like Grand Theft Auto Vice City, of course, very, very iconic. So I do really like this vehicle though, for sure. And there's like no way this doesn't return in GTA 6 VIVI, like right. I would have to think so, basically. basically. Oh, this vehicle's too good to be skipped in that game, I feel. Alright, so $20,000, I see. Yeah, back over time to stay, hopefully, more expert vehicles to be down, because like I will do those, of course, if they pop up for the car reputation. 100% I will. 100% I very much will do that. Skeleton, I think. Yeah, whatever though. Whatever though. Try something with this. Wonder. I wonder. Go a certain way to try to get some hella shit. Whoa, wait, whoa, what? That's crazy. I didn't expect to go to that. Oh, sheesh. I actually thought it was one of like kid building earlier. Anything. Shortcut this thing, I guess, because I don't really want to. I mean, I should probably want to find another export vehicle. Maybe I'd take the legit way then. Then again, that ramp I sure didn't fake it legit. We take all the main roads legit there, obviously. Here, might as well just do this then. Might as well just do that then. Yes, yeah. That works well. Kinda. Okay. Kind of, I guess. I entered a basement level 2, that's where I have it. Or maybe even before that, just despawn this just in case. Just in case. And then do that, obviously.
Hey, Daddy.
So again, like I said, I actually besides for the couple I actually already customized, I did actually end up getting pre-built ones for like the other ones I didn't get. The Easter egg, obviously, the Marua, whatever, and the Cartouche GT, whatever. Yes. To me, just in that way. And obviously the Veleno GT. So yeah, we'll end up, I guess, customizing it for those ones, but whatever. Still have a million I can claim for like the new nitrogen tutorial. If I still need that, I could do that if I wanted. I didn't exactly get to cover that tutorial, and didn't really care to either, because I don't really ever, when I've done secondary characters before, I've never seen to play on them. Like, if I do that, I probably for sure would play on that secondary character, since that one probably stacked compared to any other secondary character in the past, basically. So I guess I can kind of show some modification and stuff about, like, HSW, I guess, first. I obviously got armor. Armor doesn't really change if HSW at all, so I might as well just get that now. Breakster is HSW breaks, which shows some, like, incremental increases there, I guess. Canards. I always feel those about, like, HSW, there could maybe, like, FC, like, Forged Carbon ones or something for all I know down the line, no, with HSW, though. There's engine cards there, and obviously the two bars, yeah, that's HSW, plus I showed the literal list of vehicles earlier. You want to get, like, bar a little over, with even level 4 alone, okay. Sauce, those different kinds of ones. It's not gonna do that, yeah, it's just in case, just... I thought Canars I'm not gonna do exhaust just in case. Oh yeah, I don't really think exhaust usually gets any new options for HSW. I could probably do that, but I don't want to risk it either. About time my money be right now in the game. And actually what I want to do. I do not mean to be revving it for fun, but like, I don't know, for some reason I need to do that. But obviously I was just pretty exhausted. But from my guard stock to street, Marco Blade. Oh, I'll change that part, that's cool. Oh, the 7 kind of ones, whatever, I'm not gonna set them all. Or whatever. But maybe there can be like forged carbon there or something. So I'm not gonna modify that just in case. Hood. Maybe there can be forged carbon or something on these. So again, I will not be modifying this all just in case. Oh, you did put hood catches on like the last few? Bruh. Probably shoot them anyways. I'm not really the biggest person. I like car modifications are kind of cheap. I can just change them down the line anyways. That's why I maybe do care more. Possibly down the line if I do ever. If I do ever. But I think this hood catch kind of things like prevent you from like opening up the hood, so just keep that in mind when you put on these spear. You might want to stick to like the arrow ones if you want to be able to open the hood, but you want to also modify it. Horn, I could for sure do horn right now if I wanted to, at least. Like I did armor, obviously. It's obviously though. That one's also another safe category, basically. The first HSW with the DLC is on definitely just do a jazz horn loop. 50k here, 50k here. Obviously, car lights, I want to do those. Obviously, when I take it over to like the car meet, which is where I have to go anyways for HSW stuff, anyways. It'd be safe to do the neon layout for now. I'm 100%. Like, at least keep it white, obviously, with front, back, and sides for now. Until I get the build more figured out. Oh. And yeah, the liveries are probably pretty much going to stay the same aside for like regular HSW, like how special work one, whatever, and like the elite one, whatever. Whatever. Like usual, like usual. So obviously you have none. Stripes with the 2 white stripes in the center. Maybe something like black, like grayish, like kind of like outlining it too. Karate colors kind of some like center white stuff. Once again, with dual striping, maybe kind of even. For like also like red and green on like the sides for kind of some outlining, but seems in the center it's kind of outlined by like your primary color or something. Or if no outline, whatever. Whatever. Fuck. Karate colors mark 2, you get more white in the front. By the hood, basically. Get like a square of like white on like the roof, it looks like, with karate logo. And you can kind of get like some white outlining on like the roof, like kind of where like the engine all is basically. And Mark 3 kind of seems basically like the Mark 1, kind of slash the Mark 2, but like without like all that white like at all, basically. And if like the extra detailing of like the karate logo basically on like top of like the roof of the Mark 2. So interesting. Scarred has like karate on the sides. Kind of goes into the car. Oh, okay, wait, you can see the G. Okay, if you like look at certain angles and so on. Okay, that's cool actually. Or like the eye on the other side, I guess. At least you have to actually look for part of it. I kind of like that actually. Kind of like that actually. Got like some kind of touchdown thing. We wing like Lisa, Atomic, that rubber company, whatever the fuck, or products, I guess. On hood, you got your Paul Atomic. Again, Dens, Heartstand, Escalera. Got Global Oils by like where the canards would be, it looks like, or whatever. So it looks like. Got kind of a grotty thing going on, of course. You got some white, green, red coloring in different ways and means and stuff. Interesting. Interesting. Jawbreaker is the one on the pre-built one. It looks like for the luxury autos. That's why I started on my particular one. You have like the junk. Again, you might have to kind of look a little in there, at least for the lower J parts. It's not as bad on this one as like you ever want to feel. And again, I kind of like it because you have to kind of look around the vehicle to kind of see the whole thing, which kind of actually like. Then you got like that heart stand thing, a couple of those like other ones. I don't feel like with the zoom feature, I can see those the greatest even. Arrow, Atomic, that rubber products, whatever, all Penrith. Got Fukaru going on even above like the rear wheels or whatever. Is that face and then like E-Cola? Kind of like the taillights and stuff, maybe. No, like E-Cola is just like the E kind of like logo thing, of course, though. Front a lot or something, it looks like above like the front tires, basically. Or one of them, anyways. Apparently, it's actually different. Excelsior, whatever. Double H, I think it says, or something. I think it says. Then you got like Junk, Global Oil, the Cartoon Network, Zero, Atomic, Product Zero. Some repeats, obviously, on those bottom ones, especially. Then my mocking hard stand, Sunstone at the lower parts on the hood. Might be a little bit of roof stuff going on as well. Kind of got like some mouse stuff going on there. Hence the Jawbreaker, like shark kind of looking stuff in a way. Obviously not an actual shark livery as well compared to some other ones though. No. Looks cool. Looks like the car's being eaten. I like that actually. Grotti X Redwood. Then after that, has Redwood again. Kind of look into like the thing there. Almost as bad as Battle Scar to feel with that actually, if not like same level or worse or something. Then you got Mind Mox. I'm kind of like looking next to that even. This time we got the Excelsior, like double edge, whatever, on top, both the rear wheels. And there's Capel, and yes, there's Cabell. I believe Destruction Logistics, I think, is the smaller part, if I remember from going around and stuff before, something like Tinkle. You got like a Grotti on the like roof. Since the roofing gets kind of pink, unless that's just like the coloring on it. I think that actually might be the coloring. Yeah, actually probably done. Then got like Yokorizma, hard stand, like a bell more. A bell. Yeah, so that's more Cabell. Sorry, period, right. Then you got the full Redwood cigarettes that looks like on the hood. And then you got like LTD, like the A kind of thing. I think it's Arrow, right? Like a more like a logo look for Arrow compared to like ones from earlier on like different liveries, I think. Got like the twin airbags thing. And like the Ron basically on the hood. And actually atomic stuff, kind of like where the canards would be, it looks like, or something. Then you got like Maestro, like Velos. Like Weasel Sports. It's kind of like RV, or like RW, like Rear Wall or something. I'm seeing it right, even. Police, whatever that one thing is, like 24/7, that one logo thing, whatever. Laban, touchdown. I don't know if I'm saying that the greatest because I like the white green, but like whatever. Whatever for that one I kind of mentioned. I can read out the greatest. So it has like the black kind of gradient type of white on the roof. That's kind of cool. Then you got like Flint Tools, Arrow, Advice, Genic, whatever. Tinkle, Dents. On to like the hood in there. Then you got like Felisa, Olympian Rentals, and like 24/7 below the hood or something. And you have some ice and slice one apparently as well at the bottom. Even though it's like two, so like kind of a pacifist, kind of like pretty. Now we're seeing out pretty crazy. The ice and stuff, I like that. I have to look a good bit in there though for the Eye of Ice though. Interesting. And then you got like lemons, like ice cubes, like a straw, like something like lemonade or something. Yeah, kind of like that lemon ice stuff with E. Cola. Okay, now that's very, very interesting. Lemon cola or something? That's interesting. Probably gonna run this one when I get to doing HSW on that stuff, for sure. I like that one a lot, for sure though. So that's the fault stuff basically. Fairly sinister for now, and then once I get the build more figured out, I'll know what kind of like play if I want to go on with it with either Eco or Sprunk is basically like for sure what I'll basically probably be doing. Yeah, diffuser stuff. Again, maybe there could be like forged carbon kind of stuff there or something. I'll probably wait on that, obviously though. Respray for some reason showing like all kinds of new stuff, and yeah, Chameleon stuff like I said is on discount. Basically. So what, there might only even be 8 Chameleon paints on discount. Or like half off, that's kinda crazy, Again, I think plus ones even felt like the subscription actively. I assume you get those for free. I could be wrong though, plus obviously if you haven't like subscribed to plus for certain periods of times, you just don't have like certain ones like at all, basically. As I can basically show here, basically. Like, God, what has this game kind of become, honestly, at this point? $8 a month off the ass subscription for a vast majority of the Chameleon paints. It's kind of ass, man. Honestly. Being stuck with the hunts for launch is certainly a decision, I feel. Not even one unlockable one for, like, career progression or something. I'm definitely 100% certain that's in fact the case. At least so. Okay, so auto crew I'm actually on the vehicle like that. Okay, that's interesting. Kind of like how micro small it is. Yeah, it doesn't really fit on a Grotti though for a Lamborghini kind of logo here. I don't really have a gossip, but whatever. I don't really give an actual fuck to change that. At least for now, anyways. Plus, somebody else actually made that for me, please. How's am I doing? Basically. Yeah, and there might be some like forged carbon thing or something for this for all I know. It's like probably worth waiting on that. Just in case splitters again, maybe same kind of thing. Maybe there could be some like forged carbon thing going on here. So I don't want to do that just yet. Spoiler. So when you don't really see like a change in like the traction, it's like already filled up entirely. So does it really matter which one you choose in those cases? I thought I might have heard for certain ones are like that you don't really have to change this for to get like a traction bonus. It's might already have like all the traction it will get. I'm not really sure. Not really sure though. I'd probably say just in case choose one that's not like none basically. That's like minimal if you're not like a spoiler person or something. I don't think it hurts just in case. At least get one that's like not like none, even just like just Missy Tail like Mark 1 or something. Or at least look more into that, like see if it really matters or not. But I'm not 100%, but I think I've heard before, at least for certain ones, at least that you can actually just ignore it maybe. When it has like the maxed out traction or whatever. Wait, there's like just W suspension, so I'm obviously going to be on that. And yeah, it's HSW transmission pretty sure as well. There's like 3 different HSW turbos or some bullshit, I think usually though. So I was pretty much going to win on that. And yeah, spoiler committee have some like Porsche carbons, so I'm not really 100% about whatever earlier though. And wheel windows is like a lot of the usual stuff, so yeah, I'm gonna go.
You're gonna take a ride, Daddy?
But what she said, I didn't know 100% really don't. Everything still look fine. Okay, awesome. Oh wow, there's some extra lights on the bottom. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, since I fast traveling to like then get over to like I was car me like without like any driving, I'm just gonna obviously drive the vehicle stock while I can, obviously like why not? Yeah, see me and sense me, I'm not really tied to business, so definitely just day one phone call. So obviously don't give a fuck for that. And yeah, by the way, it's worth noting, by the way, that yeah, I'm going to be still using Firewall as PHSW. I didn't mention that earlier, but despite this new one coming out, I'm obviously still going to be using Firewall as PHSW what it was on before. It will not be until the new cycle of like HSW time trial is obviously like when it's back to downtown, like Bottonwood or whatever the fuck it is, where I'll probably be using like another one, which will either be this one or the like other supercar HSW that's coming on vacated the forest for those who want to know, basically. To look into anything, since again I'm not really doing a trip beat vehicle this time. Since again I'm not really doing a trip beat video, I mean video obviously this time around. Because I'm not rewarding showing off their content, kind of in some ways behind the scenes shit. That like generates more hype for that kind of bullshit. Like, for their asses when they doing fucking goddamn GTA 6 via digital code and fucking ass box bullshit. Fucking not wanting us to own our games and shit, basically. Starting to deal with the devil, Sony, and being just equally responsible for that bullshit and everything. Rockstar is easily, equally, if not even more at fault than Sony is for their particular game when it's not even enforced till 2028, basically. basically. Yeah, not January 2027, 2028, right? I'm pretty sure that's when they said that, yeah. Think though. Yeah, definitely make sure things are still working again, just in case, obviously. Yes, indeed, that is very much so the case. Hot damn, no, it's a $1,995,000 HSW upgrade. That's insane, actually. It's like a little over 2 bars, even, too.
Okay, let's get world class up in here.
Cool.
Stop you dead.
Okay, race brakes, of course. Or, no, not race brakes. Has to be HSW race, I mean, of course. Yes, fuck. What not, though, what not, though. Here's some HSW parts, and they're actually called HSW, not FC here, for I think the first time, even. Could be wrong, though. I think they're usually called, like, FC for carbon for any exclusive ones, but these ones are actually called HSW, which is interesting. There's also one for every single one as well. Interesting. What's even the difference, really? Even different, like, shine to it or something? I'm not really, like, sure, honestly. But whatever, I'll take the HSW single channel. Why not? Seen an HSW one there. Yeah, I don't really seem like the new ones are added here, but doesn't seem like it.
Oh, you're tuning now.
Got me the sounds, I know I definitely did that. It's like all 5 are gonna get it again, whatever this whole HSW kind of thing is. Like, I don't know, like a different shine to it or something. It's not like just fancier name for forged carbon in a way, or like different name for forged carbon or something. I'm not really sure, honestly. So I don't think what will be going on anymore though. I'll just see HSW GT Euro for sure though. For sure though. Why the fuck not? And if I'm not talking as much on customizations, because Coxer don't be deserving with GTA 6, we have obviously digital code and fucking that's box, all that bull, of course. Of course, though. So if I'm not saying much on things like it's obviously why then. Okay, HSW is only 2 this time, and it's just the arrow ones. Okay, I like that actually. The one's about the hood clips on it. Perfect. Perfect, perfect. Okay, literally though, like, what the fuck's the difference, man? I'm not even sure. Like, low key. Low key. I'm getting the HSW hood arrow, obviously. Why not? Why not? I was being the new bottom option. I have no reason to do the hood catches now, or whatever, that prevent the hood from going up, basically. Basically, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Darn, did a horn. Yeah, I'll see card always available again. I'm just signing up later. Right now. And yeah, it's just HSW racing only. Just called it HSW, but it turns out it's actually HSW racing for the basic one. And yeah, obviously there's the elite one. As well, though. As well, though. But obviously, I'm going with the ones that are actually unique, so I'm gonna go to Ice and Slice then, for sure then. For sure then. Because like there's some kind of like eco like lemonade kind of combo thing going on here, which I really dig for sure though. For sure though. So I'm definitely going that one.
Smooth.
Koreans, it's eco livery, so that means actually I will be doing the eco play as well actually. Now I have that definitely decided. Alright, again, like the HSW hood, it seems there's only actually 2 particular ones this time around for HSW options. For some reason, particularly, is the Claymore and the Vortex Fins diffusers, apparently. It's kind of big ones, so maybe I can actually funny tell a difference, maybe not even, maybe not even. Yeah, what even literally is the difference? Like a different shade of black or something? I'm like not even sure. I don't actually know. I do not actually know, honestly. But I am going to get the HSW Vortex Fins diffuser for sure, though. For sure, though. Yeah, hot pink appearance to default. I kind of dig it. Actually, would go well with the E-Cola, like red kind of stuff. Could make it like an E-Cola pink lemonade. I was almost wanting to say lemonade, so I kind of said in between like lemonade. There's some, I don't know. Just be kind of funny or something. Could make it like a pink E-Cola lemonade build or something. I'd be gonna go. Going with the default colors of the luxury auto build. So hot pink for primary. So secondary, maybe just a black or something. Oh wow, they're actually both hot pink. It turns out actually. I should definitely change the secondary one though, I think. I'm a big fan of salmon. And like, the lemon, like, ice sauce is kind of hinted towards lemonade. Like, cola is like a drink. What better to pair it with than like a food-based color? It's not exactly a pea fister vehicle, it's a grotty vehicle, so I don't really think pea fister pink's the best fit. So I am gonna definitely go to salmon pink on the secondary for sure then. Easily. And what is there, like a pony pink or something for like the neons and like colored lights? That would probably be a good one to go for there. For sure though. I definitely have a good build idea going here, I think. Cola pink lemonade. Does cola and lemonade even like mix well? I don't think I said that yet, but like, do they even? Like, I don't know. Hell, when I was looking at my Google Chrome, it gave me like a recommendation of like some stuff like Starbucks is like testing around or like testing like cold brew with like fruit inclusions and stuff, if I recall right, at like San Antonio, like Austin, like Texas areas, I think. Right now, I think they kind of are. I think it was like posted like not even day when I looked at it, like yesterday or something. Obviously, I looked at it like before starting to stream it. The stream like pretty much right when it turned the day, or like shortly after. Would have been Tuesday. I looked at it for sure. Because obviously I'm streaming this Wednesday, basically. Kind of makes me think something like that in a way, kinda. Like for what I'm seeing, it's right. It's what basically like coffee, like cold brew with like fruit inclusions. Am I saying that right? Like, I don't know exactly what they were called. They might have been like sparkling, like spritz kind of stuff or something. I kind of forget what it was, basically. On like that testing shit I was reading, basically. At Starbucks, basically, at like Texas locations. Like, it sounds interesting to me, for sure. I think I gotta try like a cola, like lemonade combo. Because of this delivery now, I feel one day though. Or a Kel is like whiskey, like an alcoholic cola in a way. I mean, mix it with cola, I don't know, that's kind of the way. I don't know. Gotta do some fun combo with like lemonade, like cola or like whiskey or something. Like low key. Now that I see this delivery, no doubt though. Cannot unthink that shit now, I feel though. Yeah, obviously this crazy drink combo thing definitely pairs well with the salmon and pink color for food. Definitely. And of course I need the very out of place crew moment as well. Like I do on every vehicle. Because I don't change that, and I wasn't even the one that made that originally. Somebody actually made it for me, and I don't know if I know how to do that all that well on every VIN. That's kind of why I don't change it, basically. It's not Bugatti, but yeah, I'm doing it anyways. Anyways. Right, unscared sir, it's 3 options for that one apparently. So like all of them are like 2 like prior ones. Right, so for Vortex, there's HSW Vortex, Claymore, and Agile. Probably want secondary colored. Oh, this one actually does have a little bit. Okay, that's cool. Kind of gives like a salmon like fin kind of thing. That's cool. Salmon pink, of course. So I'll just do my bottom one like usual. Why not? Splitters in particular apparently has 4. Seems to be 1 short of the all of them, like some of the first couple options had or something. Yeah, I don't really know what the difference is. Different shade of black or something, I don't really know. Or like different name for forged carbon, I'm not really sure. That one actually kind of has a forged carbon look actually, here I feel. So maybe it is basically just forged carbon stuff, I'm not really sure, at least some of them are, at least, but I mean not all of them. So Vortex Mark II, as far as I can tell, in particular. Okay, whatever. Okay, is that a color from the livery, or like, is that just more like primary color or something? Where like, I mean, would it be primary at this point? Because obviously it didn't change to secondary. Is there a primary color or something with the livery? Interesting, or like something with HSW even. Like an actual major difference. It's like for once, I can actually tell, basically, no. That makes it worth the increased cost. I feel. It's on this one too, it's probably delivery, not the HSW, do not know. Well, there's always a little difference though with the kind of forged carbon I saw in like 1 or 2 of them at least, and these bottom 2. Or so. Okay, there's actually 2 HSW ones, Archwing and Streetwing. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, stupid fucking body, bro. Come on, man. But his body for some reason making me sneeze and shit too. It's like no, it's like no. Forcefully and shit. So interestingly, it seems Street is Street and Street CF. So Streetwing could be a kind of unique one actually for HSW here actually. For all I know. Kind of goes more towards Street CF. But for some reason it's called like Streetwing. Liver even gives you some like karate kind of going on as well. Actually, I'm no like. Oh yeah, like the spoilers obviously themselves of like secondary color. That's cool. Or like Provo, probably whatever Mark II, like regular Street. It's interesting. Don't have that all on HSW's raw data. HSW Streetwing, anyways. Don't really care honestly. Honestly though. Again, I don't think it matters on ones that have max traction, but I'd probably just look into just be sure if it matters if you get like a spoiler or not. I might have heard ones with like max traction might not matter because it might already have like some kind of like gimmick or something already on it where you don't need to change it, but again, definitely look into that, I would say. Make sure you're actually like good with not doing a spoiler. You're not gonna like lose out on like racing or something if you don't do one or something. Because what, like the traction makes cornering easier or something? Not sure.
Ready for some downforce?
Like yeah, it might be like max downforce or something if it's like full. Not already or something, you know, you need to change it. I'm not really sure. Not really sure though.
That's some composition, yo.
I also got that end. It actually gets all the way up there, actually. Where turbo still actually to follow, but I mean, at the transmission mark with HSW transmission, you finally get that whole visual bar complete on the site. That's awesome. That's awesome.
1, 2, skip a few.
Obviously, I want to do the highest HSW turbo. HSW turbo still make a noise like regular one does, or something interesting. Unless that's a bug with the vehicle somehow or something. Maybe just be working that way. Forget though. This car, so I'm definitely going high end. I think though. Fuck. So for like the first 5 vehicles, there was like I already customized a supercar, van. Assume van, I maybe just do like high-end wheels or SUV wheels. If not. On the one I've been driving, basically in the Heist streams, I did. It's basically though. Forget though. Then yeah, there's the SUV. Whatever order it is, then the SUV and like sedan. Sedan doesn't really have a wheel type, so I'm gonna have to put that in mind for when I customize road where it would maybe be on like high-end rims. And then we'll like the sports car after that, right? Right though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure though. Is it a supercar? Supercar and a van I would have probably done high end. Kinda, knowing me. Stan I probably would have as well. And then this one. See the SUV and the sport. Yeah, the SUV and the sport car definitely would have done those rims. How would I already customize them, of course though. Wait, what manufacturer was the Marua again? I forget, kind of though. Alright, opening Marua. Right. Yeah, it's the only one I want to already like customize to put into account. Benefactor offer, what was the RC again or something? Well, so those are both benefactors, I guess. Okay. I probably already did this one on the first supercar since it has RC, so C for the RC I probably did. I assume I did like low speed, on speed 10 maybe for the one. What would I have done for the sedan in Albany or Rulo, like AM? Or S for class for like sedan if I wanted to, but I usually try to do the first two, so A or M. Like Mercy maybe? Maybe. Okay, so trying to do either of those three then. For this one then. This one then. I think would be what I was going to do basically. We have Grotti, Veleno GT, GV, GT, and S for Super if I was desperate, but whatever. I don't think I'll be doing that. Hopefully. GV. What, Grotti, Veleno? I said G again. So no, GV or T. GVT, GVT, GVT. So the second G, of course, I mean, for those that don't know, I did a wheels off like the name of the vehicle, try to kind of make it more unique for which one I choose or something. This second would have been the first one, but again, I think I did that on the benefactor offer or whatever. So I did this one then, this one then. Yeah, I think Dash VIP is what I'll do then. The Chrome, of course, or 3 Chrome rooms I unlocked for like the challenge being for it, or whatever. And yes, that's right in wheel color because of chrome rims. Custom tires. I know because it's text on the wheel, it did it. Tires, of course. No, because they're 25K. And yeah, I did pink for like secondary, so I should do the pink tire smoke actually. Right. That's definitely what I would have done. Wait, does no mail already on it? Okay, interesting. I don't remember doing that, so I guess the build already had it on there, I guess. I'm pretty sure I didn't do that automatically myself, and I think the build just already had it. Which I don't think is usually the case, but it's cool. It's cool. categories or just single category go back to at least the lights. I think maybe just the lights after all. So I did the plate. Yeah, I think definitely just the lights I have to do. And yeah, there's no crew options, so I'll just have to do whatever's closest, but like, my crew color's like blue anyway, so I wouldn't have been doing it anyways. Yeah, pink was the primary, so go pony pink, which is definitely closer to salmon, I'm pretty sure. Car-wise, anyways. There's no pony pink for the body of the car scenes, so like whatever again, it's close enough to salmon pink, I guess. At least for hot pink anyways. Alright, that part's been changed, not the other one, right? Alright. Fuck. I think it's definitely be nice and beefy sounding for sure though. Oh sheesh. I broke one tomorrow, as of course. So about nighttime and being on the wrong side of the road, even apparently all. Oh. Oh, fucking asshole, man. The last fucking scene really not anymore. So it's something, man. I swear, man.
Don't fucking touch me!
Can I make an appointment for, like, radio?
Hey, my brother.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Or whatever the fuck all, or whatever the fuck all. Or just kind of basic top speed test thing or something. I'm not sure if it will be auto noticeable with just doing it like this all anyways. But whatever. Yeah, I wasn't going hella high at the end. Of course, I want to like get this shit in the water and to pay for that shit. Of course. So yeah, $3,204,240. Yeah, I don't have enough to get the vehicle out to sea for the pursuit. So what a rip. Of course, I saw him pop that same light from before, and I barely did anything for the time, so what the fuck? Bro, all my lights but one popped something eventually, what the fuck? Oh, piece of shit, rancher seller, whatever the fuck, move, bro. Well, I am kind of missing this one top speed-wise, crazy compared to some of the other ones I use. Actually, whoa, that's cool. That was kind of cool. Yeah, I'm sure this will be a pretty interesting one. Just to touch on this or whatever, since I say it's just so easy to get top speed with it being in top speed is super. Unless the horse HSW changes that, of course. But that one might be more of a laptop one over this one, for all I know. For all I know, instead of like top speed, instead of all that top speed, all. Oh no. Oh, I found the gun van, awesome. Okay, awesome. On the way to the HSW Tantra, I'll end up on the gun van. I will happily take it, so I don't have to go through with the gun van. I mean, so I don't have to go through with the gun. Like the weapon wheel, I mean. Yes, I don't have to go through with the weapon wheel. I'll take it. I mean. Fuck, man, all over the place. This fucking body for some cracking anymore. And all the most random ass bullshit to me anymore. Just fucking body for some cracking in. Whatever. Fuck, I swear, man.
You know the deal.
Okay, so that's what it was like a random 20 UI there. I guess before it went on to like the weapons section of the gun then, because of the company computer launcher. Okay, and
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
But once I go for the gun van, that's basically everything for the stream, aside for if I somehow get money for the Ignis Pursuit or something. Which I don't really 100% care as much with GTA 6 I code and fuck as box if that happens or not. But maybe I'll do some things to try and do that, and then after I don't really care anymore, then I'll just be done basically.
Now that right there will
then.
make an impression.
And possibly we'll just customize it at a later point or something instead then. Alright, so on this part at least I'll go over anything that's like
that kind of rifle
below
speaks for
the
itself.
first two then. Alright, so military rifle. It's basically the regular version of the old strict if you're on the newer platforms. Okay, the latest weapon release, even still, because some of the Kortz Center Heist DLC also did not release a new weapon. It's a Heist DLC and we still can't even get a new weapon.
Yeah, now that rifle's a modern classic.
And the excuse would probably just be GTA 6 VI. Nah, fuck that shit. Y'all can still give us a fucking ass weapon, bro. Like, just work a little more on one-to-ones. It's been seeing the goddamn game files for fucking years. That was like beta content for like day one of the fucking game. Like how about a programmable ass AR like grenade launcher thing or whatever.
Trust me.
At least.
You can trust that rifle.
Or like at least one of the other fucking cool ones you could have done for like beta single player on that shit. Just to end up having it online on like the heavy rifle, of course, or whatever. Whatever, but either way it would have at least been a new goddamn fucking weapon.
That kind of rifle speaks for itself.
But yeah, just get this one on the legacy platforms. It's not the most worthwhile on the newer platforms when there's no stricker, which is basically just built with the tracer rounds or that other kind of fancy bell whistle kind of stuff. The only thing this has over those strickers is it has suppressor. You cannot use those stricker really for a stealth mission is the huge weakness of that particular weapon.
I like how you're thinking. Do it once, do it right, right?
After that is a compact grenade launcher, which is a grenade launcher you can use on like a motorcycle or a bow, which is very, very useful on a motorcycle especially. If you're trying to speedrun some content, like get some tier 4s, it's kind of useful for some of those for sure.
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
So this one definitely can be a pretty good weapon depending on the application and like usage of it, of course. Flare gun, ever since they made it where the flares can actually redirect missiles and stuff, I think looks like the Smuggler's Run DLC, obviously like Heist DLC between there and like Smuggler's Run.
A lot of my clients have that as their backup.
But since they made actual functional flares of aircraft, I think they made it actually fun to work with the flare gun as well. So it's a very, very cool, good utility weapon. So definitely a pretty nice one to get for the inventory. Like these two can actually definitely get some nice use versus like the military rifle for sure. Sure though. And ironically with the login reward thing.
No tax, no paperwork, no bullshit.
That's a weapon here. Very unique in the fact that it has so much different customization options compared to like any other melee weapon in the whole entire game. And also it is usable underwater. It is yes, usable underwater at least. Similar to like the knife. It's not the greatest thing to use underwater, but it's something at least.
They're assholes, but they pay.
And yet, discount weapons.
Right
one will be platform exclusive with the Plus subscription, so only on newer platforms. If you have the $8 up, if you pay $8 up the ass like a month or whatever the fuck, which I think is this particular one. Actually, I'm not right over right now. Yes, 40% off for Plus members.
Do it once, do it right, right?
So you do need a subscription for the 40% discount for this, otherwise it's the basic cost, basically like the bottom 4 weapons basically were basically. Or like just simply the default 5-10% gunman discount. Without any further discount, of course, if you don't have the subscription.
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
It's a very good utility weapon for compact EMP launcher. It's basically a newer version of the compact grenade launcher that uses the EMP grenades, so like basic grenades. Oh, and I forgot to mention with this actually. You can
Now that right there
uniquely,
will make an impression.
since the regular grenade launcher and the compact grenade launcher share the same ammo type, you can actually put one in the gun locker, use the other one on your actual character. Each time you go to another lobby, it will actually refill your ammo each time you're in a new lobby for some reason. With like 13-year-old spaghetti code, or almost 13-year-old spaghetti
Like
code
you
at this
thinking.
point.
Do it once, do it right, right?
That's something you kind of uniquely do with the regular and compact grenade launcher. But it doesn't work with the EMP launcher since it uses different ammo type of the EMP grenades. So regular grenades, of course stone. It is worth mentioning.
You want a signature style? That right there is a signature style.
But yeah, being a reskin of compact grenade launcher, you can also use this one on boats and motorcycles, especially on a motorcycle. Very, very useful depending on what content you're doing. Not as revolutionary per se for tier 4 grinding like the compact grenade launcher is, but you can put vehicles to a complete stop like a trawl or something if you hit them, especially on a motorcycle. That can be especially easy to do on like a motorcycle if you're careful with it and don't like fall off the motorcycle. That's somehow. But yeah, it's sounding in the form of grenade, of course, not airburst like up in atomizers. You can't really hit aircrafts too well, by the way, unless they're like already high altitude or something, of course. So it's not really too useful against aircraft. Ironically speaking of aircraft, the only vehicle that actually has the weapons like stop when you like actually hit it, ironically, is supposed to attack chopper from day 1 of the game. Every other weapon in the game for vehicle weapons apparently is not directly tied to the engine, so any other vehicle weaponry will still work, by the way, when you hit it with the EMP, which is kind of weird. But for some reason, like 99% of vehicle weapons in the game are not tied directly to the engines of the vehicles in the game, so it just sadly does not work that way. Besides for that one circumstance, of course. And being aircraft anyways are not likely to see in most cases.
Now that right there will make an impression.
However, I did recently buff it like 2 DLCs ago with money funds, I think, where it kicks players out RC vehicles, like the RC Data RC, like in Invade Persuade Tank, like the RC personal vehicles, they made it where it kicks those players out, which is nice, So if you cannot like RC spam and do all kinds of abusive stuff with
Like
RC vehicles.
Do it once, do it
Definitely
right,
a
right?
nice help for sure though. However, that's pretty niche probably in usage, especially with like, didn't they like nerf timers and stuff on that anyways, despite that? Yeah, I think it just activates timers like sooner if you stop them that way, but like if you're done with an RC vehicle just on your own, like
that right there is a
doing
signature
anyways
style.
as well, you would still have like a 5-minute cooldown, like anyways or something. So yeah, that's a bunch of interesting stuff to mention with the compact EMP launcher. It's definitely a pretty in-depth weapon to talk about. And then, interestingly, the combat shotgun is a general discount
Thinking
weapon
close
that
range,
all players
huh?
can get a hold of on an extra discount at the gun van, which is a 30% off like all the vehicle discounts. So the interesting So yes, the interesting thing about a combat shotgun is this one's actually limited to the Cayo Perico like compound during like a scope. No, not a scope out, but the actual finale of the
Every
Cayo
shotgun I
Perico
got comes
heist.
guaranteed. Not literally.
So during the
but,
finale of
you know.
Cayo Perico heist, there's certain set locations where you can find like the combat shotgun, depending like where the game wants to put it. And also, I think it kind of counts as a random event, so there's even a chance it's not even at the compound. So, like, in that case,
Planning on a little short
obviously we'd have to
distance
do,
work.
like, another finale, which can be kind of a pain in the ass. And with the hella Cayo Perico nerfs in this latest DLC, it's just kind of probably not even fucking worth doing, honestly. Honestly. Besides for when the Panther statue, like, finally comes back or something, so... I would say
Close
definitely
range,
pick this
huh?
one up if you have not yet obtained this weapon, like, for sure, though. For sure, though. For sure, pick this one up if you do not have it from, like, an actual Cayo Perico, like, heist finale. And yeah, besides for like assault shotgun, sweeper shotgun for like motorcycle usage, and like pump shotgun
Every
Mark II
shotgun
might
I
be
got
one of the
comes
better
guaranteed.
like assault
Not
rifles.
literally,
Besides for those
but,
couple.
you know.
Yeah, the guy was talking over me there for the gunman guy. So yeah, assault shotgun is pretty much the best shotgun for like interiors. Pump shotgun Mark II is very good for the explosive like slugs. As a Mark II weapon, of course.
Planning on a little short distance work.
And even the sweeper shotgun's kind of nice for like being able to use it on like a motorcycle, and it's like automatic as well, like the assault shotgun, but it's really only useful on drive-by since assault shotgun just does almost everything it does but better. Anyways. Yeah, the combat shotgun, aside from those free shotguns, is pretty much one of the better shotguns.
Thinking close
And which
range,
is like
huh?
8 shotgun class weapons in the game or something, so it's in like the better half, I would say. Then again, you have the musket and shotguns, and that's actually pretty good for hitting Mark II oppressors if those end up being problematic, I guess so. You could kind of interchange it for like 4th and 5th place shotgun, I feel. But the main interesting thing about it is you have to like get it during like a heist like finale to even like, buy the weapon, basically. I believe normally, aside for when it gets featured in the gunman, that's like the one time you can kind of get it without that criteria, which is nice. Which makes it very unique, for sure. Alright, throwables after that, proximity mine.
Primers included.
Harvest Surprise DLC for 2014 one, I'm pretty sure it was. Pretty sure it was. As the name suggests, it does blow up within proximity, which is definitely pretty nice. Pretty nice. I find these especially useful using GTA races. If you use in GTA races strategically, if yes, you use them in GTA races pretty strategically, you can definitely get a nice advantage on GTA races for sure.
You want to make a bang?
For sure, though.
That'll do it.
Albeit that use is definitely pretty niche. But you can also get it. You can also get some surprising good use against the Mark II users, I'm sure, in free modes. If like they don't think like they like drive it like on the road trying to get you or something that's like a grief or something. I think I've heard of that happening before from like other people out there or something.
Goes off guaranteed every time.
And then pipe bombs. Yeah, pipe bombs, they don't blow up in your hand like a stick bomb, so it's actually a pretty good drive-by weapon, I hear. I think for that reason, of course, over a stick bomb. Because AI enemies will shoot your stick bomb pretty easily, like a contact mission or something, for example.
Primers included.
And yeah, that's from Bikers Update. You know, it's even originally into GTA 4, Last and Damn Bikers DLC. Where it was like much cooler addition there, because that was actually a single player update, of course. It was Kortz for that game. And then Sticky Bomb. Day 1 throwable this time, like the other two. Can blow it up, can yes, blow it up whenever you want with like left on D-pad.
You want to make a bang? That'll do it.
Which makes it a very crazy good utility weapon. And also, speaking of utility, it is usable for armored truck, like, back doors to get money on, like, the back doors of, like, armored trucks. For, like, that free mode event, of course, so... Very, very good for that, of course, so...
Goes off guaranteed every time.
I am body armor finally, of course, last but not least, last but very much not least. And that's the gun van lineup this time around, basically. Alright, and now over today is just a town shop finally. And again, I'm not using this vehicle, I'm using the... I'm using what I've been using, basically, with the Fireball SP. Which, yeah, I technically used when I had a broken part-time, but since I didn't use it with it having properly working part-time, that's what I'm using. Because I had to use it kind of before, like, a new vehicle came out, because, like, otherwise I had, like, basically nothing to use until the new DLC came out. So, that's, like, a week too soon or something, I think, or something. Which means it might still be, like, over until I get to using this one, unfortunately. It's just, like, time trials, sadly, though. Or the horse, whatever one I decide to do. When it comes time, assuming the horse actually is out at that point, of course. Like GTA 6 VI marketing, maybe they release like all the vehicles like earlier on or something than they usually do. Maybe. They maybe should have just had all the vehicles out launch, in my opinion. They were truly going to like get all the vehicles out before like they market GTA 6 VI some more, something.
I'm on the clock. What you want? Some wheels?
South Garment Factory, Scale Agent South Dodge.
I'll bring it by.
The Agent South Dodge property, of course, Garment Factory. Where the Fireball is PHSW I have, of course, so. So I'm gonna have to make sure, of course, my stream working still, of course, so. Of course, so Alright, so things actually very much still seem to be working fine. Okay, awesome. vehicle kind of just sitting there? I'm like, not even sure. Kind of want to restart that now. Like, what the fuck? I feel like that vehicle was like randomly just sitting there or something. I don't know if it's stratum or something. I have like no idea. I'm not sure if that vehicle was sitting there after though. It was like the one I hit though, but like before that, I mean, before that, I mean, no. Unless I'm just kind of going crazy. I kind of forget. So attempt number 2, I guess. What the fuck ever, I guess. Cause I have bowl. Not bowl. Alright, at least I'll go to sorry, just that one. Smoother than expected. Sense, innocence. Alright, this time I'm definitely making it much further. Already. I don't know if I was just going crazy or if that vehicle was like trying to get somewhere after all or something. Something though. Yeah, I just went a little crazy or something though. I don't know if I meant to get up here like that, but like it'll work fine regardless if it was down there or up there. But slow down the vehicle a bit doing it now. I'm not sure. That's crazy if it's straight up. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. And that's some crashing tag because the lighting being kind of bad under the highway. Or something though. My headlight's still intact, so awesome. That's awesome. Oh, jeez. No, what the fuck? Look, I'm backing up then. Fuck that fucking truck and shit. Jeez. Should have had it like under 2 minutes per second for sure. 2.5 minutes for sure though. But that kind of bullshit was unexpected as fuck though. Fuck though. And then it's $3,449,000 of CSC. Alright, so now think of anything I can to get some money basically right now, kind of quick. So obviously, just check on some saves. I think my nightclub one is in like a little over halfway through if I remember right. Stuff not good. Salvage yard, I don't really bother with the tow truck stuff, but it's pretty high up there if I just want to take it for some reason. Like 230-ish K or something out of like 250K. 233-ish K or whatever. But I'll probably just look at 250K. Why the fuck on that though? But yeah, so arcade, I think it was like 90K when I saw it one time, so it's probably already at 100K or like close to it. It's at least almost 90K. I saw like super recently, but I don't think I saw it super recently, so it would already be at like 100K. I think Garment Factory's at 90-ish K. That could maybe be at 100K as well. And my agency's definitely 50K. I think that's the only saves we can really take, man. Once we're all complete, then, you know, characters take out the saves completely. Start the arcade, go in a release order, I guess. See if I'm at 100K or not. Alright, yeah. Since that moment I started on the stream, it might have been the early part of the stream, it built up to 100k. Awesome. And when it gets 5k each time, so I don't care if it gets it super late. Would have helped if I got the agency one earlier though. Maybe I could have got like another 100k or so at that point. For that one even. No, not one even. I could also like do popularity stuff for like 100k, get that safe kind of up for the nightclub one. Could maybe be a little worth it, but like, yeah, whatever though. Alright, that 100k got me 3,549,000. $250. Okay. Now I'll go to the agency, because again, I'm kind of going to resort of the safes that I think I can get basically.
Hey girl, how's life? Oh,
But I knew this one was full. It might have been full at the beginning of the stream. Free 50k extra, of course. Added on, basically. Yeah, $3,799,115. I see. Yeah, also when I was like done with one of my streams, I might have also forgot to unregister CO or even a couple of them. So yeah, it's kind of getting more fees out the ass, which might not help, of course, unfortunately. Fortunately, no. So if I didn't do that, maybe I would have had a good bit more money. I'm not really 100%. It made not much of a real difference per se, but whatever though. 100% like what the fees are, like not SEO versus CO. There's not too much difference between like not SEO versus like MC, I have to imagine though. Which I'm never MC really. Precisely because of those like business fees, basically. And I don't just like giving a care much about having a hella surplus of money, basically. And when I have like not much vehicles, I give much of a care to buy anymore nowadays. It's have like all the interesting weaponized ones on it, basically. Pegasus, all that kind of stuff I actually care about. More than other things, really. Yeah, then try the agency. I forget if I said the exact number, but yeah, $3,799,000 of that 50k. Apparently. This one is in fact full. Okay, cool. I had a feeling since I remember it being at like high 90ish k, so I had a feeling I was gonna fill up during the stream or something. Or if not, it might have already happened a little before I started to stream. Or like last time I was like on or something. 3,899,000. Yes, $3,899,215. I see. That's basically it for a C, so I have to figure out something like after that, basically. So, Simeon's vehicle thing. I need like one more thing that literally will complete vehicle tier 4. For the last set of 2 special interest ones. Already done this. I already went for the personal vehicle version of the Vapid Speedo Custom, being actually a very unique version of the Speedo Custom. It's like not the vehicle. That's not like the business version, it's the personal vehicle version, so yeah, it's when you can actually spawn. I think for like contact missions and stuff, for example, where it's actually very useful for some tier 4 stuff. Unless they changed it, I think like the gun, for example, didn't count towards the accuracy. Unless they like fixed that or something, I forget now. But I literally have one last vehicle for the 10 vehicle like platinum awards for Simeon's rounds at this point. If I want to just do that and claim out like $250,000 here, I could actually do that if I wanted to. I need money I didn't claim. I wonder somehow I wonder. Oh wow, I actually only have like one Everson Infinite do. Looks like, okay, interesting. I don't think I've done Overtime Rumble for it, so I could try to do that for if I wanted to get $150,000 apparently. I mean, hey, it's something at least. Something at least. Survival one, I could kind of maybe do if I want to do like Endless Waves and like Rocks Crate or something. I don't know. Could maybe someone pull that one off, but like, that one might be kind of a grind. Probably too long for what I want to do. Like the other options. Basically. Wait, oh, I have the racing tier 4, but I didn't like claim the money. Okay. I kind of use it right now. And might as well claim 5,000 RP. I don't really care to claim the other stuff yet, though. Other stuff, though. So that's definitely going to be 4 million now. And I also have a night code to sell, by the way, that's right. If I want to sell that in like a public lobby, that would be a big help too. Though. So I can probably easily get stuff for it, basically, if I want, basically. Kind of like how much grind I want to basically do for some things and some things. I don't really do death matches that much, I think. Yeah, that one's gonna probably be too time consuming though at this point. Yeah, I don't really think I want to do that one right now or anything. Yeah, Arena, fuck that one. Hitting skull level 20, that shit's ridiculous. What was sponsorship tier 50? And I already 50 for like taxi custom or something, I thought, but like whatever. Platinum awards, jeez, what even are the platinum awards for that? Like skull level 20, for example, I'm sure is probably one. Well, no, I haven't actually won autos, okay. Skull level 5. You have to get 5 just for tier 2, bro. Dude, skull level 20 is fucking ass, bro. For real though. For real though. I could maybe hit it on a PS4 account with my PS5 and my PS4. Using them both or something somehow to connect to each other. But not on this shit, I'm not. Unless like somebody does it with me and like all that kind of shit, but like that's probably a niche thing to set up or something. For all that requirement for 150k just because it's in the fucking series mode section, really, that's crazy. It's crazy, it's crazy. Nowhere close on the heist ones, certainly not even worth looking at any of those. That's gonna be too much grind for sure, and not even anywhere near possible. Possible. Oh man, I heard the pistol one is a bitch on this shit. Yeah, I have way too much to do on that. Obviously though, it's obviously though. It turns out I clean cash on like this one. Probably year 2 done. Yeah, unfortunately. And this one. Dude. I mean, I actually have cleaned this one already. I'll just try to sell my nightclub then. I might still want to save some of the cash veins that aren't like the racing tier 4. Actually, let me see where the nightclub's at, but last time I saw it was like really high, just like cargo shipments, like sporting goods, so like it's pretty good if I did want to sell it early. It is, yes, very much pretty good if I want to sell it early. For some reason, if it's not done, of course, yeah, I don't really give a care if this one is Ignis pursued the most or not. I couldn't fuck his box. Bullshit, man. I'd Ignis suck it, honestly, instead of me buying it. Police vehicle can't fucking sell if I wanted to down the line. Anyways. For a digital ass fucking police card, can't fucking sell for some reason for shit. Or fucking be sold for 500 fucking K in the last like update, so for distributable and stuff. I don't know. Actually, might be all good now. Actually, if I want to sell it, and hope it goes fine in public as a hobby, because like you always have a solo vehicle anyways. Might as well do it in public, of course. Of course, so. And just take the risk on it. Okay, sporting goods actually a little bit short, it looks like. How fucking long does like 9 fucking sporting goods take though? I'm not really too sure on that actually. I may just not bother honestly. I'll just customize it another time or something, I think. If I even really care to. Could try to do Titan job or something for like an hour or two, whatever the fuck if I want to, for a times 2 thing for completion bonus. Weekly completion bonus, whatever the fuck. But I don't really give a care to do on stream. Whatever did off stream, I feel. Try to maybe have an easier time shooting for tier 4 or something. Plus stream's almost 5 hours long at this point, so whatever. Well, that's probably first time hearing it would have been over 5 hours anyways in Ignis Pursuit, I'm sure somehow, somehow. Unless I've it's like a lot of recycled customization, which it very well could have. But I'm just gonna be done. Cause fuck GTA 6, yeah, couldn't fuck us box, no physical disc copy and shit. In 2026, when I should not enforce on 2020 fucking ass 8. Cause they're a bullshit ass marketing deal with Sony. They both very much fucking are equally at fall for. Yeah, it's finally be it for the stream. Hope you enjoyed.